Thanks, Casey. Thank you. Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Radlett Cricket Club in Hertfordshire, where Middlesex entertain Yorkshire in the final round of Metro Bank One Day Cup fixtures. Both sides out of the running for qualification for the top three places in this competition, Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, with a shootout today at Grantham for that third spot behind Leicestershire and Hampshire in this group. But still pride to play for and places to play for players, no doubt, for both counties. Yorkshire have won the toss and elected to bat, so there go Middlesex out onto the fields. And delighted to say that not alongside me is Blake Cullen, because he's in that 11 today for Middlesex, a return to the side. Phew. He's making his way out to the middle now. He wasn't in that Middlesex pack. I paused for a moment and thought I've made a horrible mistake, but he is. He's running out now behind the rest of them, Blake Cullen, to join the team. So Yorkshire out to open. Luxton up at the top for this one. And slight change up for Yorkshire in their batting lineup. Duke, who's been a star for them, up at the top. He is dropping down the order. So it's Wharton and Luxton at the top. Let me give you their full 11. So the 11 for Yorkshire, as Ethan Bamber will run in from the Salters Field end for Middlesex. Yorkshire, Harry Duke, Finlay Bean, Shan Masood, the skipper, Tom Leach, Will Luxton and James Wharton, who from the card that's in front of me, those two elevated to open now. Matthew Revis, Ben Mike, Don Bess, Ben Cliff, and 20-year-olds in for a second appearance, and Jack Schutt. Ethan Bamber opening up for Middlesex, who do have Cullen back, as I said, in for Ishan Kaushal. Mark Stoneman, the skipper, Joe Cracknell, Sam Robson, Jack Davies, Ryan Higgins, John Simpson, the wicketkeeper, Luke Holman, Josh DeCaries, Martin Anderson, Ethan Bamber, and the returning Blake Cullen. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the stream with Fan Craze. Delighted to say alongside me a man who'll be back in the team in a couple of weeks as well, Toby Rowland-Jones. Morning, Toby.
Yeah, morning, Kev. Nice to be here. Obviously, sunny day at Radlett, watching Middlesex take on Yorkshire in this final 50 over game.
Solid from Bamber again into the offside. Nearly championship cricket again. It's amazing, isn't it? We're nearly back to it.
Yeah, I mean these sort of mini breaks that we get in the season always seem to fly by. Particularly in my case, I guess when you've not been involved and a bit of time away, as well as a bit of a return to bowl programme, yeah, it always creeps up pretty fast, and yeah, nearly into that crucial last 4 weeks of the year.
Careful mentioning a bit of time away. Mercer placed you in the Maldives last week.
I wish, yeah, nothing quite so glamorous, but yeah, the weather picked up for me, which was nice. So bit of time, yeah, at home with the family, as well as, like I said, sort of returned to some physical stuff recently, and now hopefully just a nice straightforward build up, getting ready for that game at Chelmsford.
Have you finished that house yet?
I don't think anyone who takes on a house project ever finishes a house, so yeah, it's moving forward, but not finished, no.
Actually, let's check in. I was keeping a close eye on Instagram on how that was going. I was loving it, all the updates.
Yeah, well, it was a bit, during that lockdown, we moved there just literally as the first lockdown happened, and gave us, a bit of time to I guess, invest some time into that project, and yeah, a lot of hard work, then throw a few children into the mix, and yeah, things got pretty busy pretty quick, but no, it's nice. I haven't yet, no. Yeah, that would be 3, yeah.
Solid from Bamber here again. He's been outstanding in this competition, Ethan Bamber, as is Ishan Kaushal, who drops out today. Youngsters come in and done a pretty good job.
Yeah, he has, certainly, and like you said, I guess unlucky to miss out. It's obviously nice to see Blakey back on the flip side, and important that he probably gets some game time, you know, amid a few struggles to sort of get himself on the park. So obviously a real positive to see him out there. But like you said, Ish has impressed, I think, a lot of the guys with the way that he's come in and hit the wicket hard.
Maiden over to open up for Bamba on the spot all the way. Yorkshire 0 for 0, having won the toss. Here is Blake Cullen back in the side for Middlesex. Wharton on strike for the first time. Oh, and as the screen pans in, I realise he's still taking his guard. But yeah, good to see Cullen back. Really difficult for him limping out of the first game at Hampshire.
Yeah, it is, and I guess, you know, every bowler goes through, you know, tricky periods, you know, where it feels like injuries maybe back themselves up over a little period of time, and it's, you know, always feels like a tough return to fitness. But you know, it's all about sort of keeping yourself in the right place mentally. He's done that really well, and yeah, nice to see him back out there fit and ready to go.
2 slips in place for Cullen. Power play 1. Just a reminder, 2 fielders allowed out. So Cullen with a long leg and a deep third.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how you know, Yorkshire and how the pitch plays early on here. Generally, sides, you know, favour batting first here, with the stats skewed towards the batting side. You know, racking up a big total and you know, the large percentage of those resulting in wins. But felt like there was enough moisture in that wicket there to also make some early inroads. So it will be interesting to see how we can utilise that, and also, you know, us knowing this place a little bit better than them, whether they sort of go the right way about, you know, utilising the ground and the dimensions here. So a good opportunity to try and exploit some early conditions, I think.
Its feet on Sunday against Leicestershire for Yorkshire. They were skittled cheaply by the team top of the group. Up in the air. And a comfortable catch for De Carey's, and almost right on cue from the commentary, if not on cue from the bat. Wharton goes for a third ball duck. Cullen strikes with his third ball back. Judging those conditions early on will be interesting at Radlett.
Yeah, and you know, probably not a wicket that Blakey will sort of look on and say that he got the batsman out, but certainly, you know, the boys have started well, and I guess, like we said, just that little bit of uncertainty in the wicket, not knowing the pace early on. And yeah, I guess, you know, good reward there for building a little bit of pressure throughout those first 8 deliveries, and nice to see Blakey straight back in and amongst the wickets.
Shah Massood comes out at 3, the Yorkshire skipper. Carries with as comfortable a catch as you could imagine there, and well.
Yeah, there's no
muted.
such thing as too easy a catch, but if there was, that was as close as there is to it. You know, enough time to think, but yeah, certainly, you know, pretty simple one there for Josh, and he's not going to drop that.
So what, 8 dot balls and then a wicket, and now Shah Massood, who well, put on a real masterclass against Middlesex for Derbyshire at Chesterfield last season.
Yeah, he did, and he also played particularly well in that first game at Lords as well, the opener. Really good timer of the ball, picks up length really well, seems to score pretty well all around the ground. So yeah, certainly sort of, you know, we found life pretty tough against him last year in the championship, and I think then his form in particular was outstanding, wasn't it? I think he sort of led the way for most of the year across a lot of the run scoring charts. So big wicket to get early on if possible.
First runs for Yorkshire. To Carey's, who just took the catch. Out mid on for the left-hander, and 3 runs to get Yorkshire off the mark. And Massood, Luxon will come on strike for the first time against Cullen. Put right up there by Cullen, first ball. Rightly so, force him to play.
Yeah, and interesting to see where there's a little bit of lateral. Like I said, I think with Blakey's sort of height and the way he can hit the wicket, I think, yeah, he'll be as likely as anyone to extract a little bit of bounce and potentially a little bit of sideways movement. So
Oh, wow. Take it away, Toby Rowland-Jones. You're calling it before it happens out there today.
Yeah, maybe there, because that looked an absolute beauty. Just angled in a little bit, and you know that's certainly left him a good amount there. I don't think many batsmen are gonna find themselves edging those. That's certainly too good for most right-handers.
As much as the side batting first has a good record here at Radlett, I did wonder against Culler and Bamber this morning whether this might be a real tricky test to begin with. Spot again. End of the over. Wicket of Wharton, caught by De Carey's for a duck. And then, 10th ball of the innings. Yorkshire off the mark with 3 for Masood, who'll have the strike. 2 Bamber.
I think with the way that, the one-day game's going and the 50-over comp in particular, guys obviously looking to be a bit more positive, taking sort of, the strides that have been made now in T20 cricket and transferring them into this game. Wickets early on are particularly crucial. Any partnership gives the opposition a chance to really build something and start accelerating the pace. So, yeah, the more damage you can do early and utilise that new ball, I think, the better chance you have of being able to just stem that flow all the way through the innings. So, yeah, always important to get those breakthroughs early.
Bamber coming around the wicket straight away to Shan Masood. Still 2 slips in place for the left-hander. Big wicket in this power play. Big wicket in this innings. Could be a big wicket in the match if Middlesex can remove Masood early. Bamber's been bowling through nearly in the power plays, hasn't he? Newer ball.
Yeah, he has, and I think sometimes that's almost just a reward for how consistent he's been. He's been a wicket threat as well as someone who's generally been pretty economical as well. So yeah, I think that's something that certainly Mark has seen as a way of looking to use him early and try and dry up and then find as many wickets as he can even through that middle period.
It's a beaut again, a nod from Masood. Seam movement for Bamber, much as there was for Cullen. Let's have a look again.
Yeah, it's another lovely ball that from Ethan. Just seems to be a little bit of bounce when the bowler hits his length. Probably for Ethan that's a tiny bit fuller than for Blake. Just seems like there's that little bit of extra bounce as well as a bit of lateral movement. So
now that could be close, not out. It was a very quick call from umpire Bainton.
yeah, a little bit on the high side there, but certainly after just leaving him, you can understand a batsman looking to try and sort of cover and make sure he's not playing at too many balls outside the line of off stump that he doesn't need to, and that one just jacking back a little bit just shows how tricky this will be if we can keep honing in on that off stump line.
Would you have gone upstairs for that one if you're out there as skipper? It's amazing nowadays with DRS, isn't it, that you go upstairs and all of a sudden there's one just clipping the top of the bail that you think that's always going over, and umpire's cool.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of, there's definitely, I think, the right arm bowler from around the wicket, certainly sort of through DRS and things like that. It's quite a tough angle, I think, for an umpire to sort of understand and to really sort of know the line that the ball's going. So I think that DRS element and seeing it a lot in the international game probably has helped umpires to sort of, get better understanding of those angles and to make sure there's more consistency in the game, because it's tricky in real time to make these decisions. So I think as long as they're pretty well thought out. That one just looked like it was a little bit on the high side, but
well, I mean, had Shan Masood been given out for that example, he'd be absolutely fuming, and rightly so.
Yeah,
so there's no disputing
right.
the decision. That's not my point at all. But it's just been interesting, isn't it? You watch DRS and things that you think, no, that's going down, and all of a sudden it's just clipping leg.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Again from Bamber movement, troubling Masood. End of the third, 3 for 1. Let's have a look again at that one.
Yeah, that one just carrying in on the angle again. Sort of feel like that sort of ball, I think it was second ball of the over that just nipped away and bounced, just sort of has kept him kept him guessing a little bit, and as Ethan so often is, being so tight on his line there, and obviously he's bowled back-to-back maidens there, so not missing his mark just makes it tricky for a batsman to really line up.
Nice start again from Cullen. How will he go about this today? Obviously a hamstring injury that first game. Big September still to come where he'll be desperate to be tapping you on the shoulder saying, come on Tobes, a couple of games in there for me.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and like you said, there'll obviously be frustration on what's gone, but yeah, he'll be hungry to always, you know, put his name forward for those matches, and with 4 matches in 4 weeks, basically, you know, there's always a chance that from the bowling unit there's going to be a bit of rotation, and we're going to need as many guys sort of fit and firing as possible, really. You know, and with different pitches, what he can offer, you know, with his height and bounce, you know, he certainly gives us a different option and something else to think about if he's fit and well and bowling as he so often does. So yeah, hopefully.
Does he hold himself back a little bit at the beginning of this innings just to ease himself into it?
I don't know if there's necessarily a deliberate feel for that, but probably that's sort of almost a subconscious thing of the mind. I think we'll see him slowly find a bit of rhythm as he gets into it, sort of almost a natural confidence in the body and that everything's right. So yeah, hopefully he can, you know, he started nicely here, and that will just slowly come back in, and that's something that very often a bowler can't really force, but just, yeah, by bowling more and more and hopefully hitting your length and going through the action well, you know, creeps its way naturally back into your game.
Beautiful that from Masood. Lovely timing, full and straight from Cullen, looking to give that ball every chance, attacking the stumps, but Masood off his legs, immaculate.
Yeah, good example that of Masood's timing there. It's been a pretty sticky wicket and batting's looked tough early, and you know, to beat the square fielder there off that just shows how clean a striker of the ball he is.
That's a beaut again from Cullen.
Yeah, nice length that, I think, from Blake. Just found himself a tiny bit sort of back of a full length there, but just to land the pitch, just to offer a little bit of something. And yeah, nice to see him. Looks in good rhythm here early, Blakey, hitting the pitch nicely. And like we said, might just take a few overs to get that natural feel back, but yeah, already looks in good order.
Catch, it's clipped in the air, but safely away. Oh, not so safe for the crowd though. Well avoided. Yeah, it's in the air past a short fine leg and just kicking up off the advertising board there. Oh.
Taking it hit that with it.
It's lucky that's all it took. End of the over, 12 for 1.
Always been a thing at these out grounds. It's obviously great having spectators sort of, you know, in the old school seated around the boards and things like that, but it always feels if someone's got their eye off the game for that split second that there's a chance one might ride up and cause a bit of trouble. So luckily just a hat in this instance.
Oh my words. It's gone through everything from Bamba.
Yeah, I think this surface, you know, and obviously new ball in hand here for Ethan, you know, plays right into his strengths. Obviously, you know, how he bowls in the red ball game with consistency and just looking to drum an area, just exploit a little bit off the pitch either way. I don't think anything changes in this scenario. In the 50 over game, nice and simple, and make life as tricky as possible.
It's half Halfway through the power play at the end of this over, 12-1. It's an outstanding start for Middlesex. Did say to a couple on Yorkshire winning the toss with their leading batter. Duke dropping down the order as a real chance for Bamber and Cullen to get on top in this power play. Again, really questioning that off-stump line, Bamber.
Yeah, and I guess in these scenarios, particularly obviously he just started superbly. You know, giving nothing away. It's really important, I think, with when there is a little bit on offer in the white ball game to make sure that you do bowl as a partnership as well. Make sure that there's pressure coming from both ends, and it doesn't matter who picks up, you know, the wickets and who gets the breakthroughs. But I think you find so much more value when, you know, there's a struggle and guys can't find that release valve coming from either end. It often creates something. So hopefully these two can maintain that and look to force a mistake at some point.
Has Bamber's mohawk gone down in the dressing room?
Yeah, it's he sort of gave it a bit of a half go earlier on in the year, and then this last time that he came back, he sort of had he had sort of a really pronounced sort of V going down the back of his head, and yeah, it's one of those, unfortunately, that you also can't hide with a hat because it still shows out the back of it. But yeah, I think our sort of only thing we joke is for how sort of, you know, gentle a soul he is. It doesn't sort of match his personality as much, but I guess in a way that's quite a nice thing. So yeah, I think it's his way of trying to sort of show a bit of aggression without having to say a word to anyone.
And then he walks away smiling like that.
Yeah,
big smile
and apologising often.
Sorry, Sean, I took your inside edge there.
Yes, Bambi, come on then, boy. Well done. On through the gate then, Bambi.
12 of the runs to Masood, 12 from 13 for him. End of the fifth, 14 for 1, another good over from Bamber. Just the 2 off it. So 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2 for Bamber. It's just incredible, isn't it, in a limited overs game, albeit on a pitch that's offering a bit seam movement, but even still.
Yeah, and again, I think, you know, this shows the value of that early wicket. It's just almost created that little bit of an issue for these two batsmen at the crease now, understanding that they don't want to, you know, lose another one here early and sort of add to their issues. But at the same time, you need to try and keep that attacking intent, I guess, all the way through, you know, the 50 over game. So I think, you know, it shows the value of that, and then Ethan being consistent has just made life really tricky for them, and seems like a bit of stick and twist scenario here, and hopefully Blakey can carry on and add to that and make life tricky from both ends.
Movement again for Cullen, just starting a little bit wider, so Masood happy to leave. And they'll have that in mind. Masood will be saying it to Luxton, I'm sure, just get through this opening spell. The great thing about this day now, overs 10 to 40 power play too, is that it's just a game all the way through, isn't it? Now for batters, they're not bogged down through that period, so they don't need to get under too much pressure here at the start.
Yeah, and the days of the 50 over game having that sort of 20 over lull, teams looking to score at 4 to 4.5 and over just to sort of save wickets for a final push has obviously long gone. So like you said, there's always sort of a chance for teams to catch up, and the way that guys play spin now and look to sort of utilise and manipulate the field means that there's always scoring opportunities there for sure.
Around the wicket, Cullen to Masood, and again full targeting those stumps early on.
Yeah, maybe just struggled with his line a bit to the left-hander here, Blakey. Just erred on the straight side a couple of times. Again, we know here the margins are small at Radlett. You know, 10 yards either side of that square leg fielder, and we've seen 2 boundaries. So, you know, that shows how quick the scoring can be when you take the pitch out of the equation.
Wow, that may well be the ball of the innings so far.
look to peach that from Blake, particularly with this angle from round the wicket, coming back in at the left-hander. Yeah. Little bit of assistance there in the air as well, I think absolutely, and then just carried on its way, particularly when Masood's probably felt like everything has been coming in at him before. Absolute beauty.
Fraction shorter, allowing Masood to rock back. That last one would have felt good for Cullen though. There's a man who's been in pretty good form behind the stumps, as ever, John Simpson. Some incredible displays from him throughout the One Day Cup, standing up to Bamber, standing up to Higgins. I think he'll have the chance to stand up to Cullen today, though, here at Radlett. I was pretty sure it was his debut at Radlett. If not, it was his second game. Watched him side on against Hampshire. It was a star performance. In the air, a catch, but dies fine of Holman. Single taken, end of the sixth, 20 for 1, and that's the example. Well, it was how the first wicket went, Wharton, but exactly what you were talking about, getting the pace of this pitch early on. Yeah,
and particularly, Luxton here has just faced, a lot of dot balls, and he's probably searching for that release shot. And as much as a partnership, they've slowly started ticking along now. He'll be feeling a little bit of pressure and want to feel like he can find that release shot. So the longer that he can, stay away from finding the boundary, I think the more chance we have. And your turn now, right on cue. Simo up to the stumps here to Ethan.
A huge part of that has to go credit to Bamber, his consistency that gives Simpson the chance to stand up, and that's not downplaying at all how difficult it is to stand up.
Yeah, and obviously, not all bowlers, a little bit misfield there from Higgins at mid-off. Never an easy surface here at Radlett. That one looked like it shot along the floor. Never easy for an opener to sort of see a keeper up. It sort of changes the dynamics a little bit, but I think, for Heath, we've seen both in red ball cricket and during this 50 over campaign, just the value of keeping a little bit of pressure on the batsman and, not allowing them to dictate terms has really sort of proved fruitful for him.
Oh wow, look at that, right on cue from Simpson again, standing up, he holds on to the finest little nick. And we were just saying how good the glove work has been in this competition. Bamber again on the spot, getting his reward. Simpson very much playing his part, 20 for 2.
Yeah, and when you are bowling as consistent as he is, that keeper up just anchors the batsman to the crease, enables you to maintain your length and make life tricky, and I think that's what's brought the edge there. And like you said, great work from Simo there on a pitch that looks a little bit too paced and with a little bit of bounce. That's straight into the middle of the gloves. That's outstanding.
A long chat with him, with Robbie White on mic the other day about John Simpson, and the fact that he's
sorry to hear that.
Which element of it? But the fact how he defies the years. I mean, he doesn't look his age at all. Glovesmen by this stage generally backs, knees, hips.
Yeah, and I think particularly now, there's, I guess it's always happened, but the way that the game is more positive across all three formats. I think the keeper up to the stumps, is used, more now, or certainly has had a resurgence, if you like, in the last sort of 18 months or so. Certainly with guys who don't, get the ball through or extract as much bounce. So, yeah, makes your job, a little bit more intense again. And like you said, it seems to be a real strength of his. Just that glove work, obviously, he is small in stature, which enables him to move particularly well, and always seems to pick up the bounce and line of the ball, superbly really early. Certainly I've got no idea how you do it, so I stay well clear of the understanding, but always grateful. When he's on the same team as you, like you said, it's such an asset and such a good attribute to have.
1 for 2 with 2 maidens from 3.2.
Yeah, really just rewards, I think, there from Heath. Watching him here, hammer away, and you always get told to just keep doing that, and the rewards will come. And fortunately, they have done for him there, and well deserved.
Bean's first ball right on the spot from Bamber, as you'd expect. just 2 singles conceded off 3.3 overs, and I fancy at least one of them as an inside edge.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, I think if he could roll a pitch up, you know, at Radlett and take it with him, it would be this. But by no means does that mean that you're going to rock up and hit the same spot every ball. So, you know, great skill to be able to do that and to be as threatening as he has been as well.
.28 for Bean opening the innings against Leicestershire on Sunday. Yorkshire all out for 184. 6-wicket victory for Leicestershire. 28 for Bean, 4 for Duke opening with him. Masood got 7. Luxton was bowled by Wright for a duck. Wright picking up 3 of the top 4. Watson, who's been and gone, made 26, but then down the order. Bess and Code coming up with runs. 40 for Bess. Code, who drops out of this one, made 45 for his stumped Hanscom off the bowling of Kimber. Yeah, job for Finley Bean to do out there now. In early. He's in at the top at Grace Road.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, a little tweak in the order. We certainly found there that the pitch was a little bit tricky for batting.
End of the over, 20 for 2.
And probably, you know, 30 or 40 more could have actually led to an interesting game there. So Yorkshire sort of falling foul in a similar way, and I guess a few little tweaks here just to, you know, I guess everyone's always searching for that formula, and there's always a chance. I certainly feel like this format, the way that it is at the moment, does sort of seem to allow for a good way of, you know, I guess experimenting and looking to find the right formula, and, you know, giving different guys a chance, which certainly seems to be one of the positives that's come out of it for sure.
Refreshment stall will be needed today. So the clouds just disappeared for a moment, but it's going to be a very warm day again. A little bit of a shame actually that this competition isn't ended on a Sunday, especially if something was riding on it for either team. You could have imagined an even greater crowd here.
Yeah, and it's been nice sort of seeing around the country. There's been you know, obviously played at various different grounds as well, with some of them obviously being utilised for the 100 now, and seeing them sort of packed out and seeing these club grounds with big crowds certainly gives quite a unique atmosphere, slightly more enclosed, and Radlett is definitely one of those when the numbers come in a little bit more. It sort of gives a little bit more of a feel that the crowd's there on top of you, which is always nice, creates a nice atmosphere.
That Chelmsford crowd for the Friday night game was absolutely outstanding. Great atmosphere, great game sadly for Middlesex when against them.
Yeah, probably at the opposite end of the spectrum to, I'd say, the Radlett crowd, in terms of...
They were quite placid for the most part.
Yeah, yeah, came to life a little bit towards the evening.
When the sun
don't know what, yeah, don't know what would have caused that. But yeah, very respectful crowd here at Radlett. You see a lot of sun hats, and yeah, very respectful.
Sadly for Middlesex, that was probably the game, the tipping point, wasn't it? After the rain came down at Hampshire and Middlesex fell the wrong side of the DLS, the washout against Surrey. What if moment perhaps for Middlesex at Chelmsford if they could have got over the line in that one.
I agree, and I think when you sort of, you know, add up the Hampshire game, actually there was some good cricket in there. Would have backed themselves to have a chance of coming back. Obviously then the washout, like you said, still would have been a slow start, but if they'd have picked up that win at Chelmsford, then suddenly could have felt like the start of the campaign. So I guess lots of games you have a chance to look back and feel like they were the crucial ones, but it definitely felt like that was a real sort of chance that went missing. yeah, just never quite found enough momentum from that point onwards.
Smiles on the faces there. As I say, last list A game. My thoughts will turn quickly back to the championship. End of the 8th, 20 for 2. Well, I guess for yourself and Richard, thoughts probably have already turned back to the championship because you've got to plan ahead. You don't leave it to the last minute.
No, absolutely, yeah. I think there's always certain things that are going to change and that are out of your control. But certainly, yeah, we've obviously been trying to sort of, get a feel for how things will line up going into that run. It's obviously not only a crucial period, but it's also a period stacked with games. So managing workloads, understanding where different people are at, and trying to sort of find the right balance, I guess, as we sort of go into that block. That's going to be crucial. So, yeah, a little bit of planning ahead, and also just an understanding that things are always, got the potential to change around as well.
Maiden last up for Cullen, 1 for 18 off 4. He settled in nicely into his spell. Dot ball to start up, then he over for Bamba.
Yeah, and as you'd expect, I guess, just the longer his spell's gone on, the more comfortable I think he's looked, hasn't he? It's where there is never going to be a replacement for match overs, and sometimes you almost have to just mentally allow yourself, just to find your way in, or more just have an acceptance and trust that, as each one goes by, you'll get better and better. So yeah, certainly looks like that's been the case for him.
Looking for 2. Cullen from long leg coming around. Saw Higgins warming up in the foreground there. Perhaps they'll go with a short spell from Cullen to begin with here.
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, I think, certainly with Hicko, someone who's also another, really strong exponent of that new ball. Like you said, maybe looking to preserve Blakey's energy a bit if it is him to come on. And also 2 left-handers in. I think certainly Hicko's, really strong against the lefties also.
Thinking 2 again, should be a single on this occasion. Oh, slip and a slide for Holman. It gets out of reach, but they won't run the misfield. Smile and a laugh from Cullen. No smile from Holman.
Another beauty there from Ethan. I think, from what we've seen, particularly that length, I think when the bowlers do find that slightly full of a length, there's just enough movement there to really make life tricky.
Into the over from Bamba. 9 done, 25 for 2. So will it be Cullen? I think it will. He's going to take off his sweater, so he'll finish the power play.
Yeah, and feels almost so unique, doesn't it, in the modern game to find a scoring rate under 3 during the power play, 2 wickets down. But I think the Yorkshire side have understood that conditions out there are tricky, and probably have just opted on the side of making sure that they don't sort of not lose the game but lose their way a little bit in this power play by looking to go too hard and look to exploit it too much and find themselves maybe 3 or even 4 wickets down, trying to chase the run rate. So it is rare, but I guess life has been tricky, and I guess just a sign of how well these two have bowled.
Higgins working hard on the ball, which he won't be too far away from getting himself. Maiden last up for Cullen, perhaps brought him himself on one more. Again, I was more thinking of his workload and just how many overs they wanted to put him through at any one time. Last over of the power play though. Much pressure will Beanfield under 3 from 9. Masood 17 from 26. Will that bring an error? Last over the power play field up. One slip in place. In fact, I think they might be about to bring in a second.
Yeah, I think so. And we haven't really seen shot in anger from the Yorkshire guys yet. Certainly hasn't been sort of too many attempts to force the play and to make anything happen yet.
Top ball again. A really good start to the over from Cullen.
Always two schools of thought, I guess, and you know, sometimes I think particularly the way the game's evolved across, you know, all different avenues is, you know, even when the pitch, you know, a bit more lively, looking to make sure that you can push a bowler off his length or try and show as much impetus as you can is certainly the way that, you know, a lot of guys seem to have gone now. And yeah, maybe a little bit surprised to not see a little bit more intent from some of their players.
Trying to force on that one, and he gets it through. Slightly over pitch from Cullen. Little bit of width leaning into it. Bean's first boundary.
Yeah, looking there, just a little bit full and potentially a bit of width on offer, but you know, I think in these scenarios with a ball that's still lively, I don't think he'll be, you know, too disheartened there, Blakey. You do want to always make sure that you're looking to try and get the batsman forcing the ball. I think just, you know, good, nicely controlled shot from Bean there.
Did wonder if his response would be to come around the wicket. Just that seam movement around the wickets for both Bamber and Cullen to the left-handers. A real challenge for Yorkshire so far. Just seen for the first time we've got a wasp 235 on the. I've not noticed that on any of the streams previously.
No. How accurate it is, we'll find out. But yeah, it sort of feels like that certainly is a marker right now with how they started that sort of computes and the way that, you know, they're playing. They'll certainly feel like anything sort of upwards of 250 they'd be chuffed with, I think, as things sit right now. Obviously a lot of time to go, a lot of time for things to develop.
Up in the air, gone! End of the power play, end of Bean, another wicket for Middlesex, another one for Cullen on his return.
Yeah, just looking to maybe force the ball across the line there and catching a leading edge. I think particularly when, you know, the wicket does seem a bit too pace, can be hard to look to, you know, sort of force the ball and to play across it like that. And unfortunately for him, just loops within reach of Mark Stone, who takes a good catch.
Well, Yorkshire fans will be disappointed with this start, 29 for 3. But I have to admit, when Yorkshire won the toss this morning, my prediction for the power play was it felt like a 60 for 3 morning. There was wickets, there was going to be chances. There's a good example of it. He's not exactly forcing it, he's not going for much, but on a pitch where you're not quite sure on the pace, that was a really good side-on example of it there. Closing that face can bring the edge into play.
Yeah, and, you know, good reward. You know, we mentioned earlier about the value of partnerships, and, you know, a side that are going at 3 and over towards the end of the first power play is always going to feel under a lot of pressure and be looking to, you know, I guess force the ball and looking to score, even if it's for 1s and 2s. So, you know, I think that's been created from both ends, and yeah, these two have been exceptional and fully deserve the 3 wickets that they've got between them.
29 for 3 at the end of power play 1, having won the toss. Yorkshire, a big chat for Revis from Shan Masood. pretty much what we were saying. It'll be about batting time. Look at that Wasp. It's come down to 211 by the end of the power play with the wicket from 235. To admit, when I saw the 235, I did think Yorkshire will definitely take that from here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, them batting first would have been with the intention of sort of not necessarily having a score in mind in particular, but seeing the stats of that, and maybe those stats are skewed when the scoring is a little bit freer, and this feels like it sort of might be a wicket that will play a little bit different, and it's certainly made life tricky for them to know really the best way to go about things.
So many moments Middlesex will look back on in the One Day Cup where they'll be disappointed they're not in the reckoning come this final game, especially this one here. But we mentioned that Hampshire, the disappointment falling the wrong side of the DLS. Had Cullen been available, I'd imagine the plan. We'll come back to it after this delivery. The plan was that Bamber and Cullen would have played virtually every game, and as we're seeing here, they would have been a formidable opening pair had they been able to.
Yeah, certainly, no doubt. You know, Blakey obviously being around and you know, his return to fitness being time for the start of the comp. Yeah, obviously felt like he'd have played a massive part. Obviously got a good record across the one-day formats. Yeah, frustrating for him, and I guess for the guys not to have him around. But I think, you know, one of the positives of this comp is certainly the exposure for some of the younger cricketers in across the country in the squads. And, you know, Ishan, I guess, was the beneficiary in this instance. It's been awesome to see him going about his work, sort of, you know, getting to see him learn the job and get his first exposure to first team cricket, and I'm sure it'll do him a world of good, and, you know, hopefully sort of give him sort of strides and incentive to do a bit more of that as he works through the winter and into next year.
Good running. Pretty high up on the bat. Pursued the early call.
But I certainly agree. I think if you look at this Middlesex lineup and the squad, those guys not playing, there's certainly a lot of guys there who have played, you know, some good high-level cricket. You know, we've had some guys go away to the 100, but certainly not been hit by you know, the same numbers as some of the other counties. And yeah, I think, you know, rightly we should feel a bit disappointed that we haven't competed as consistently in some of the games. Certainly, you know, in one-day cricket there's always going to be fine margins, but probably should have found ourselves, you know, a little bit closer to the reckoning, I think, you know, coming into this final game.
First ball for Revis. Two slips in place. Simpson standing up again. What a ball to get first up.
Yeah, interesting to see Simo come straight up to the stumps there. I guess Revis, you know, big tool guy. You know, probably able to try and by coming down the track, get smart, but just make sure that he's and dictate that himself and him.
End of the over, 11 done, 30 for 3. Toby Rowland-Jones alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. Live here at Radlett for the Middlesex stream. Yorkshire winning the toss. A bit of a sticky situation early on. How's the build-up for yourself going for the championship, for the final 4 games? How does a workload work across August, where obviously you're not partaking in this competition, but having to keep fitness levels up? I'm sure there's an element though of letting the body rest in that period as well. It's a difficult balance.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, myself and Jono, and then I guess the sort of science and the fitness team just worked on just coming up with a plan after that Warwickshire game. I think 5.5 weeks, sort of following that to come up with a safe plan. So yeah, ended up with a couple of weeks of low load, kept myself busy enough, but certainly no bowling, and just myself in good working order, and then yeah, just started back bowling this 8 to 10 days now, and just a slow ramp up of intensity. Yeah, looking to, I guess, be primed and ready, you know, about 4 or 5 days out.
Edged, oh, and put down at slip. Would have been a great catch. Cracknell at slip went a long way. Looks as though they might be well spread there in the cordon.
It looked a good effort. I'd guess you'd say any time first slips diving that way, that there's a pretty decent gap between them. But I think, yeah, you can see there they're spread a little bit. Almost more at that sort of 4th slip there. Just certainly been there as a captain, just trying to find a spot for you know, a floating slip or someone just on a hunch where you think it's going to go. Great effort there from Joe. Good athletic. Top effort that, and he would have loved to have held on.
Wide, first extra of the innings. Big wicket as well, Shah Massoud. How much can he make Middlesex pay? So it was only a half chance to slip. It had been second. Could well have been a comfortable chance in terms of the line going towards second anyway. It went at a fast pace.
Yeah, it certainly did. Looked like Massoud sort of felt like he'd seen some width for the first time in a little while. Again, sort of, you know, with these guys offering so little, looked like he thrashed at it a little bit, just a little bit out of control, and yeah, seemed to fly at good pace. And like you said, maybe second slip would have had a job holding on to it, but would have been sort of on his line there.
Revis off the mark. Yorkshire very much having to think about the long game here now. Build a partnership. Hope to have a launch pad later in the innings.
Yeah, and they'd have maybe had a view as well to bowlers off, looking to get to the other side of that, and I guess a good thing when you've got a number of different bowling options and I guess sort of 6 frontline options available to Mark now is that, you know, he is able to make this as lengthy a period as possible, looking to be attacking and take wickets.
So 2 noises on that. Massoud a long way across for sure.
It definitely sounded like a little bit of a double noise there, whether it's maybe both pads, but I guess probably enough doubt there for the umpire to give the batsman the benefit.
Pulled hard. Sweeper's back to just a single. 2 for 26 from 6 from Cullen, and an excellent return from him. He really has been outstanding on his return to the side, where he'll have a little bit of a niggling doubt in the back of his mind about that hamstring.
Yeah, and I think we have seen there that, you know, has picked up that intent into the wicket. Looks like it's grown throughout the spell, which is great to see. No doubt, you know, every bowler obviously thrives and finds a little bit of extra confidence and extra energy when they're taking. So certainly that's
Oh, wow. Well, the deliveries just keep getting better. Look at Masood's response to that one.
Yeah, just taking a slip out there actually into catching there on the offside. And certainly there'll be a question asked now whether that man needs to go back. He's certainly all the way throughout here.
Looking for two. Two it is, Masood to 22. Every time you think you've seen what'll be best ball of the innings, come up with another one.
Yeah, you know, both guys have hit length really well. Not for too many scoring opportunities. And certainly been a surface where needs to make sure he's got some good energy. You know, go all the way. Quite often, and I think the fact that he's carrying so much threat still at this stage, yeah, I'm sure he might bowl 10 straight up here.
Looking two again. Holman treats. Holman comes around. Masood 24. He's conceded 12 runs in 6.4 overs. It's extraordinary. This is his most expensive, I think, with 2 twos.
Really? He's like.
How many times do you see a bowler go through a power play in a list day without conceding a boundary?
Yeah, it certainly is impressive, particularly mixing between the right and left hand. Keeper up and back certainly shows.
38 for 3 into the 13th. Bamba's 1 for 12 from 7. Quite outstanding performance with the ball from Bamba, as it's been from Cullen as well. Robbie White wandering past our commentary tent. It's well run. With the second, he's been a little unlucky, Robbie White, hasn't he? Really, with the lack of call-ups to the 100. Really, Simpson and Higgins.
Yeah, certainly, and it's, I guess, a competition which always is going to offer certain opportunities to guys, and like you said, having, Simo there, and obviously Davo played played, you know, a real prominent role in the back end of that T20 run, and showed some really good form, and probably just muscled sort of Whitey out of the way in that sense as well. And you know, I guess that is always, you know, there's always going to be different guys who are frustrated or, you know, find game time difficult throughout various seasons. And yeah, certainly felt like he just hasn't had a run of games to get himself going. Has also found some runs in the second team, which is always crucial. And you know, I guess in these periods there's sort of no cricket running in the background either. So it can be hard in this 50 over comp if you're not involved to find, you know, yourself getting back in the mix, I guess.
Cracking stop by Holman at backward point there. Just waiting to see what it brings next ball. So often talk about a piece of fielding. Changing a moment, changing an over.
Yeah, and on that, probably a combination of the pitch being so, but it feels like, you know, Middlesex here have done a great job of just stopping the batsman rotating. Certainly from the inner ring, not been many singles picked up, dropped at the feet, etc. Stopped the batsman rotating probably as much as they'd like, given that there's been you know, the boundaries have been few and far between. So that's always a key part in these games where scoring can be a bit slower.
Leg side, help down to long leg. On to come at the 14th. Cullen's done well here into his 7th over. Backward point doing the fielding is Cracknell, so 41 for 3 after 4. It's the kind of start Middlesex would take at Chelmsford in a few weeks.
Yeah, it is exactly that. Sort of has had the feel, hasn't it, of almost championship cricket, the way that the batsmen have been forced to almost, you know, defend their wicket rather than be attacking, and the guys have been, you know, super consistent in their lengths, and yeah, there's been plenty of movement on offer. So yeah, you'd absolutely take this every time you took the field in the championship also. Thought Ethan might bowl through, but obviously too expensive for Mark last over. So yeah, first change of the day. Obviously, seeing Martin Anderson into the attack. He'll be looking to exploit the conditions in the same way that the guys before him have.
Good start from Anderson. Competition that's gone well for him this year. Century in the last game here was an outstanding innings.
Certainly was, played superbly, you know, obviously on the back of getting promoted to add a little bit of impetus into the innings, obviously took that role on, and I think the best thing to be watching bowl here, I think the best thing watching that was almost watching him grow as the innings went on. You know, he went in, you know, really attacking and then adapted to conditions the more he went in, obviously, you know, losing wickets around him at all times, but still managed to sort of close the innings off and get us up to as high a score as possible. So that was great to watch, and you know, I think a big thing for him to sort of, you know, those milestones, ticking those off as you go, I think are always big when it's your first one. So absolutely chuffed for him.
In the air, but through. Revis 9 from 10, 47 for 3 now Yorkshire.
Yeah, I think whatever the wicket here at Radlett, the one thing that always will sort of concede runs is offering width to the batsman, and just a little bit too much on offer there. Just out of reach of point.
Down the ground, it's a lovely shot. Reeverson's double figures, 50 up for Yorkshire.
Yep, nice timing there. Not seen many balls hit back past the bowler. Certainly not with too much pace on it throughout the innings. Timed that one nicely there.
Here we go again. Every game at Radlett. It's just there, Ethan.
What a close-up that is. Just seeing how brave Ethan is here as he...
Is he stood on a chair as well?
Just tries to get a ball out of the... I will defend him here. It is quite thorny, the bushes down the end.
So you need to fill out a health and safety form before standing on a chair to reach into the thorn bush.
Good of Martin Anderson here. He's the one who bowled the half volley, so he should stick his hand in to get spiked to get it back.
Has he got it? No, he's given up. There goes another 70 quid, grumbles Alan Coleman.
Yeah, Alan will be down there at 7 PM tonight foraging for that one, I'm sure.
Surely he's going to come to a point that it'll be cheaper to put up some sort of mesh net across the front of that hedge.
Yeah, I think it sort of feels more acceptable if it's a 6 and the ball goes straight into the hedge. It's more when it rides up off the boards like that. It feels frustrating from the ball being all along the floor.
Poor from the spectators, really, isn't it? Just a single to end the over. 11 off it. And 52 for 3. Runs just tick. For the first time, really, for Yorkshire. Reeves has done well there. Faced the full over. He was, well, he's faced what, just 7 prior to that over. But letting Anderson have no time at all to settle.
Yeah, I'm sure the Yorkshire batters feel like they've been starved of too many boundary balls in that first, opening sort of 15 overs. So, yeah, I think that they'll sort of enjoy the chance to capitalise on that. And I think, one of the things following such a good opening spell here is for the guys, backing those guys up here to make sure that they support them and carry on the good work, I guess, if you like, because they've seen the way to go and the consistency of length, and waiting for the batsman to make a mistake certainly will bear fruits in the long run.
Ryan Higgins into the attack, replacing Ethan Bamber. Slip still in place. Higgins, who's, well, it's simple to say, he's been Middlesex's star performer this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been outstanding, across all elements. Just someone who always finds a way to get involved in the game and have an impact on it. Bat ball in the field. He's just a great competitor, and certainly I think being a senior player now, and obviously having played so much cricket, sort of just a real level head as well as sort of someone who's pretty fiery, but actually, underneath all that, real calm customer, and he's thrived in all formats. So no, it's been great to watch.
It's a great shot. That's 14 now. Revis.
Yeah, very good shot there. Just the slightest offering of width really there from Ryan, but yeah, Revis certainly capitalised and maximised the chance to score there.
Josh Carey's in the foreground. Scored a century against Yorkshire a couple of years ago, grabbing the headlines for the universities.
Yeah, I remember that. Obviously, you know, starring up at Leeds.
Same uni as yourself, wasn't it? Leeds Bradford.
Yeah, certainly. Decent gap in between. Feels like a lifetime ago now, to be honest. So yeah, certainly always been a really good setup there. Obviously, you know, Yorkshire, such a strong base of cricket, and yeah, I guess the UCC setups have, you know, become stronger and more professional, sort of as time's gone on, and yeah, for those guys, the opportunity to, you know, play against any first-class county, whether it's sort of counted or not, was such a good way to sort of find out, I guess, where you're at, particularly for guys who had aspirations to get into the game. So always a great chance for people to show their hands.
The 16th, 57 for 3. You ever scored a century against Yorkshire, Toby?
Yeah, and it's again another one that feels a long time to think about that. Yeah, that was a fine day. Haven't quite managed to repeat the feat since, but certainly that was sort of we finally found use for Gus.
It's genius.
Yeah, and it's funny how those things go, because during that period you mentioned, sort of, I guess, about 14 to 17, you know, we had so many great battles against Yorkshire. Always seemed to provide great games, and feels now, sort of playing them here, that, you know, we haven't crossed paths as much recently. We've sort of flip-flopped, you know, either side of each other across the divisions, and haven't played each other in other formats too often either. So I guess funny how those things can kind of work. You know, for a long period that sort of felt like it was always one of the main games of the summer. And yeah, certainly haven't ventured up to Headingley for a little while to play Championship cricket. So
I think it was Headingley that he got the century as well, wasn't it, for Josh? You have to tell him though when it's on a cloudy
Yeah.
fourth morning at Scarborough.
yeah. Yeah, it was. I think often they go, there's the sort of ground the university uses is Wheatwood, which is not too far from there anyway, but I do recall, yeah, that Josh's was at Headingley. Certainly the one thing Yorkshire have always had is a strong attack, so I'm sure it was, you know, testing conditions for him as well.
Yeah, I seem to remember that it was quite a strong side they had out for that one.
Yeah, and I think he sort of, you know, occupied the crease well. You know, and as I mentioned before, you know, a lot of those university guys, whether they're attached to counties at the time or not, sort of have something to prove, and, you know, they sort of really do try and, you know, maximise, you know, the exposure they can get by performing in those games, in particular against the first class counties. So it's always great when someone gets a chance to do that, and particularly away from Middlesex at the time. Obviously something that all the guys sort of took note of, and, you know, I guess gave him a bit of credit when he came back to break into the team.
Single down to Cullen at long leg. Good start. There's a groan in the ground, but that was never a chance. 17 overs done, 61 for 3.
Yeah, great stop that from Jack. Obviously took a really good catch off Martin last game as well at that backward point position. You know, always need a good mover in there. Ball always comes fast, particularly, you know, at grounds like this here at Radlett. Always a sort of quick outfield square of the wicket. So yeah, you need your better athletes there, and yeah, Jack's certainly one of those.
Gus has given up. He's leaning on the stump now like a walking stick. thought while he's still with me on that Warwickshire game. That first morning, 22.5 overs, Warwickshire all out for 60. It was one delivery as well. I'm trying to remember who the batter was that you got lifts, gloved through to the keeper.
Yeah, that was, I think, to Al Davies, that one. Yes, that was second ball, I think, of my first over. But I mean, yeah, any time, you know, you obviously choose to bowl and then bowl a side out for 60, you're going to be chuffed. But you know, we certainly were unsure on the wicket. We thought it would offer a good opportunity for us early on, but I guess historically Edgbaston's always felt like it's a pretty good, you know, cricket wicket. So we were probably a little bit surprised by what was on offer, but I think it's always pleasing when you, I guess, you know, exploit that in the best way possible. And I think the way Ethan bowled certainly did that. And you know, I guess, you know, myself and him with the new ball, being able to, you know, make as many inroads as we did feel crucial. And sometimes that comes with a little bit of pressure as well. But you know, the way that we then managed to just hang on in the crucial periods and navigate, I thought the way Davo actually sort of, you know, just wrestled back a little bit of the control and occupied the crease in that first innings and allowed Higo and Josh then to kind of push the game into our favour was crucial. And then I guess going into the third innings when Helmy sort of came on and just changed the momentum and swung it a little bit with that short ball spell. Just felt like that flicked a little bit of a switch once he got the breakthrough and managed to hold our nerve, and obviously crucial breakthroughs on the final morning just to wrap it up. So really pleasing performance.
Have you been awarded a Red Inker retrospectively?
Yeah, well, I certainly was popular on social media for a little bit.
For Yorkshire fans, the MCC put out a statement the following day, didn't they, that you shouldn't have been given out for well, the bat hit the top of the bail after Toby had hit a 6. And it's like a pendulum, the bat, wasn't it? That's the end of the over 18 done, 62 for 3. The swing had been completed. The bat came back down from the swing. I'd said you were just like a kid in the playground. Watching the six, the bat was just swinging around like a pendulum underneath you and clipped the bail, and umpires gave it out, but the MCC the next day releasing a statement saying that should not have been given out.
Sort of felt like a golfer's club twirl equivalent. Yeah, certainly feel scared scared next time I go out as to what's going to happen. No, it was a really unique situation, I guess, when you're in it as well. Very hard for everyone out there to know, you know, the nuances of such a sort of rare ruling, if you like, that doesn't really come into effect very often. I certainly didn't have any complaints when I was out there too much, because I didn't know the exact way that it all worked myself. I sort of knew I'd hit the stump, and certainly asked the question of, you know, if it mattered when it occurred and things like that, and whether the ball was dead or, you know, had gone over the boundary and things like that. And I guess when these games aren't on TV and you don't have sort of, you know, a third umpire, etc., to refer to, I think you've got to respect that the two men out there have got a pretty tricky job on their hands in those circumstances. So fortunate it's in a situation where, you know, we went on to win the game and it had no impact. So you always feel happier when something like that happens, and you can look back and laugh at it rather than see it as a crucial turning point in the game.
It was a good shot though.
Yeah, it was. I sort of stand by the bat twirl in a way now. At least I know I can get away with it now. You know, that's the thing. I certainly know that rule inside out.
It was a huge 6 and it soared over the boundary.
Well, again, I guess that was a situation where, you know, I mentioned, you know, about Davo and then the guys that had come before. They sort of laid a platform where it felt like, you know, you've always got that decision, I guess, you know, whether runs or looking to bat time, etc., which one you value most, and certainly felt like we could, you know, put a real bit of pressure on there. Myself and Josh had tried to do that, and then myself and Tom were out at the crease. So yeah, frustrating that it did end, but yeah, like I said, everything happens for a reason. Unfortunately, we still came out on the right side of it. Lesson learned.
to the come of the over, just the 5 off it. Travis comes back on strike.
Yeah, and these two just doing a good job at rebuilding, I guess, aren't they? I think for Middlesex now, any time they look at the board and that run rate's under 4 and over, I think the longer they can keep it under that, I think they'll be happy. So it's still about trying to have the intent to take wickets, but also just limit those run scoring opportunities, take away the boundary options as much as possible, and yeah, hopefully bring about another mistake when these Yorkshire batsmen do decide to try and, I guess, force the issue a little bit more.
38 the partnership for the 4th wicket. 19 done here at Radlett, with Yorkshire winning the toss. 29 for 3 was real trouble for Yorkshire. As I say, this was kind of the score I was envisaging off power play 1. He just felt there'd be wickets in it this morning, but they hit the 20th over. They're 67 for 3. 65 for 1's been roughly a par at a power play in this comp.
Yeah, and certainly, I guess, now the way that guys play, there's always going to be, runs scored, it feels like, on average. It just felt like, for whatever reason today, the pace of the wicket, and, I guess, again, any teams that come to these grounds where they won't have played here so much, it can be difficult to know what a good score is and to understand the surface. And, I guess, good players trust themselves to find a way, and you look at Masood here, certainly backs himself to find a way to just, eke out enough runs and play the long game here to I guess, get them up to what he sees as a par score.
Oh, beauty from Higgins. How much for the white ball? People talk about it being 5 to 10 overs. So roughly now is the end of that ball from either end having a lot of life in it.
Yeah, and I guess generally the softer the surface or the more moisture there is, I guess the longer that will generally last for. The surface will be less abrasive. Generally the ball will stay in better condition for longer.
Shot. Oh. Bumped up onto Carey's. 4 it is. Sweetly struck. You heard it off the bat. How nice it went away. It must have just bumped up off it.
Yeah, difficult ground to field out here. Probably got to be prepared to, get that body in the way, and yeah, wear a few if you like once you're either in the inner ring or outer ring, because can be the odd inconsistency just creeping under Josh there.
Watchfully done. On this occasion from Carey's.
Yeah, he'd be getting a big sarcastic cheer at a lot of grounds, I think, for that.
Ball to end the 20th. Good over from Higgins, just that one that got through at mid-on for the boundary. Costly for him, none for it. 11 off 3 for Higgins. There's that start. Luxton caught Simpson. The bowling of Bamber standing up. It was outstanding from Simpson. Wharton gone early, looking to pull a short ball from Cullen. Straight to Carey's, mistimed. And then B caught Stoneman off the bowling of Cullen for 7. And at that point, was a real danger. Masood with that one chance offered through what was really the vacant second slip. Standing effort from Cracknell, getting fingertips to it. Be a wide. This has been a really interesting one for me, the moving of the tram tracks in this competition. Only just gone away down the leg side, hasn't it, that one? You've seen some interesting ones given by umpires.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I guess a little shift in that has come with batsmen now being so adept at moving around the crease and making life tricky for bowlers. I guess there's a view that it adds a little bit of leniency to the bowler's side, but it's always in the sort of, I guess the decision still lies at the umpire's feet, and he still sort of judges, I think, what he thinks has happened. But yeah, certainly you feel like as a bowler that you get given a little bit more margin for error now, with the sort of wide lines following them, and also, you know, being given a little bit of more leeway, I guess, occasionally down the leg side as well, I think, which is probably a positive, given how tricky things can get for the bowlers these days, particularly towards the back end of an innings.
Oh, dearie me. Quite carry to Higgins, who's been in for a while.
Yeah, just seen, I think, a couple of changes of pace from Martin now, which have just drawn the batsman to be a little early on the shot. Probably haven't seen as many as we would normally in a one-day game, just purely on the back of how well the guys have bowled, and also, you know, with the surface not requiring too much.
Runs away wide of mid-off. Couple here, but once again, Middlesex on top with the ball at the moment. This partnership is doing a good job of holding it together for Yorkshire, but they have to be wary. Can't get carried away at the moment on this surface still.
Yeah, and that's the length that's been tricky throughout the innings for the Yorkshire batsmen there. Just not full enough to be able to put the hands through.
Also in the over. Partnership's worth 49 for the fourth wicket, 78 for 3 after 21. Wasps back up to 238 again, especially with a couple of moments in that over. That's something that probably Yorkshire would indeed take right now.
Yeah, certainly, and I guess, you know, during a partnership like this, once you've been together long enough, you know, I guess these two guys together will be, I guess, putting together, you know, targets in their mind of where they want to get to, and the best way to go about it. Certainly now they're definitely, you know, both in that rebuild phase and not looking to force the issue too much. Definitely look to be targeting sort of ones and twos into the outfield, and I guess the key decision will be, you know, if spin comes on, how they look to play that, and also I guess when they see it fit to try and, you know, push the tempo a little bit more to get to what they think par is. I think in this modern game, I think, you know, anything below 250 feels like it's going to be a little bit shy on average.
Masood really does feel key here. Oh, steps over that one. No extra run. Masood feels key because, I mean, you can see Revis 30 from 38 playing around him already. There's the 50 partnership with that single, which again exemplifies it. I think it's been one extra, maybe a couple more, but Revis 30 of the 50 partnership.
Yeah, and it's certainly probably fitted into that, you know, sort of framework that probably used to be, you know, more commonplace, I guess, about sort of 5-6 years ago now, where you did have guys who were designated to kind of occupy the crease, look to bat through for long periods, and you could kind of base your innings around them. Often they would bat three and they'd look to, you know, almost try and see if they could find their way to 30, 35 overs or so, and the guys would play around them and look to be more aggressive that way, and then you target the back end. So it's sort of got that feel to it at the moment, and always in those scenarios, like you said, that those wickets can be crucial just to set that sort of impetus back a little bit.
Robson doing the fielding at cover. Simpson stood up still. Feels like he's been stood up more than he's been back.
Yeah, and Higo fits into, I guess, a similar framework to Ethan in that he's someone who's so consistent with his length, doesn't often give too much away. I think with John up to the stumps, just limits the options that the batsmen have to look to get out to him and be more attacking that way, and allows him to just stick to his strengths and bowl his length, which he's so consistent at. So I think that sort of makes life trickier for the batsmen, and I think it's Higo's best way to try and put more pressure on these guys.
How much is Stoneman enjoying the captaincy? Are you able to have much of a chat with him?
Yeah, I have actually stayed in contact with him, regularly throughout the comp. Obviously, been at games as well as, sort of outside of that. Someone who's obviously captain before, in his varying sort of positions at other counties, and someone who I speak to regularly, during the 4-day stuff, regarding ideas and things like that. We often travel together, so we're sort of regularly in communication about different ideas and things like that. Someone who just enjoys thinking about the game, likes, coming up with new ideas, quite innovative. So certainly, it's a case of taking things on board as well as sort of flushing out some of the stranger ideas that he has. But I mean, it's really welcome, because you need guys like that who are always sort of thinking both inside and outside the box. So I think he would have really enjoyed it, particularly as a senior guy now with a fairly young team. I think he'd be excited by the opportunity to kind of lead these guys and try and help the development, as well as I'm sure he would have liked a few more positive results as well.
Luke Holman into the attack from the Saltersfield end. Couple of years for Holman. Lost his place in the championship side at Edgbaston after the 7 for De Carey's the Aegeus in the Kookaburra match.
Yeah, and Nuki looks to have found pretty good rhythm throughout this comp. I think T20 sometimes can feel like it's hard to always judge how a guy's feeling, particularly a spinner in those middle overs. Things can change so quickly, and you can bowl brilliantly and go at 10 and over, and I guess things can happen on the other side. Whereas I think in this 50 over format, if you're bowling a spell of 10 overs throughout a game, probably gives you pretty good example of where you're at as a spinner. And seems like mostly throughout the comp he's found really good rhythm, and been able to take some wickets as well, which is good. Nice to see.
Trying to put his foot on it a little bit more than Masood at the moment. 33 from 42. It'll be interesting bowling to the pair of them for Holman. Differing challenges to both. Masood is as I said, Middlesex saw 2 masterful innings from him last year for Derbyshire. Got one early chance here. Looking though he's set for the long haul.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of experience of playing cricket all around the world. Seen a lot of scenarios, and obviously as captain here will sort of want to, I guess, take the front here, and he'll be sort of very much at the forefront of what they think is a good score, and trying to lead the way for them. And I think you mentioned it earlier that he'll be the crucial wicket, because in him anchoring that innings, it might make life a little bit tricky when a new batter comes in. on a wicket like this, you feel like it really offers a great opportunity to build up some dots and to wrestle back the momentum. So, you know, I think, you know, when the next wicket falls will be crucial.
So on through for a single. Good first over from Holman, just 4 runs off it. Landed it quite nicely there, gave nothing away. It's a glorious shot. It's in a little bit of cloud cover today. Wind's blown in 1 or 2 darker clouds, but nothing that will really threaten us. Oh, to carries, that's outstanding.
Great effort there from Josh. We mentioned it's, you know, not the easiest outfield there. Tapped that well and, you know, managed to release the ball off balance there, and yeah, looked like Revis was a goner if he'd have hit.
In your time at Leeds Bradford, who were you with at that point? Was it just Sunbury, or were you associated with the second 11? You had obviously academy with Middlesex, second 11 stint with Surrey.
So it's only, I think, really in my last year. So that would have been 2008. I think I played one game, one second team game for Middlesex.
So it was never a chance of Yorkshire.
No.
Snapping you up at that point.
And then it was 2009. I played regularly for the UCCE, and, you know, did well in a couple of the games against the counties, as well as sort of throughout the rest of the, I guess it's early summer still while you're up there. And yeah, just had a few different, I guess, trialling opportunities at Middlesex and Surrey, which obviously helped with it being local to myself. I think Worcester at one point sort of was a potential, but just felt impossible to kind of balance it all, and didn't want to sort of spread myself too thin and not be able to kind of put my best foot forward for anyone. So yeah, we sort of had almost a bit of an agreement in place where I'd, you know, go week on week off between Middlesex and Surrey. I was lucky that it was, ironically, Ian Salisbury, who's now obviously joined the coaching staff here, who sort of was you know, the man in charge of the second team cricket at Surrey, and him and Gus sort of came to an agreement that, you know, my best interest would be if I sort of got, you know, pretty even exploitation, you know, between the two counties, rather than just hedge my bets on one, and both were interested. So we sort of managed to come up with an agreement there, and yeah, it ended up being Middlesex that sort of finally offered something, I guess, at the back of that summer then. So Saul's coming back now, sort of promises that, you know, he tried to push for Surrey to sign me, but, you know, I'm not sure how much of that is true.
We've had that story told on air a few times. I don't think I've ever discussed it with you, actually.
But yeah, there certainly wasn't really a choice, if you like, on offer. It was Middlesex, yeah, was the only county that sort of certainly put forward an official contract, and yeah, it's obviously, you know, an amazing opportunity to have 1 year to sort of prove myself, I guess. And I was quite lucky in that scenario, in that I probably was quite fresh and raw, so I sort of really had a chance to kind of adapt and learn. I wasn't someone who'd sort of been trained too much as a fast bowler, and I think having a good coach in Jono when I turned up and sort of having to learn fast. Certainly, sort of probably wasn't quite switched on to how difficult it would be at the start, and managed to just have enough time in the winter to sort of adapt and sort of had a good setup here to kind of learn my trade, and back of that summer obviously managed to have a little bit of a breakthrough, I guess, in those final 6 games.
End of the 25th, 93 for 3. Wasps gone up to 244.
Yeah, as we mentioned, good, really decent partnership there from Yorkshire, just to firstly, I guess, steady the ship and slowly starting to build things up. Probably still just waiting for that moment to add a little bit of intent. Boundary's still been a little bit on the short side, particularly from, I guess, what we see on a regular basis here at Radlett, but certainly feels like the pitch has just changed expectations here. Be interesting to see how well they adapt to the second half of the innings. Middlesex know that if they're patient, they'll know that one breakthrough here will really sort of change that momentum and really give them a really strong foothold in the game.
It's a glorious shot. Yeah, one of the favoured parts here at Radlett is the fact that it's a proper cricket club in this area. You can see the rugby fields out the back as well. But it really has the feel of a cricket club. Uxbridge is always seen as a sports facility. There was lots going on there. What's going on in the sidelines? These kids flicking through their phones, eh?
Yeah, some good Tupperware on show. I said always a good sort of assortment of sun and straw hats here at Radlett. So certainly the day for it.
Toby Riley-James, thanks for the time. Good luck in Chelmsford in a few weeks.
Thanks, Kev. Appreciate it, and hopefully see you soon.
So three down for Yorkshire, 93 for 3. Captain's performance on the mic. No pressure to Keith Dutch. They paying you today, Dutchy?
No, I haven't seen any coffee yet. It's fair to say. Always difficult to follow the captain of the club.
Especially when he's taken 3 for 93 from 25.
Yeah, I think we're going to kick on now.
That's been an outstanding start for Middlesex. Yorkshire, they'd have known there was a risk batting first. A little bit in this pitch. If they can reach that Wasp score down the bottom of 244, then maybe it'll be a risk worthwhile, but that's a long way off at the moment, and even that may not be enough. Sun keeps belting down on this track.
We know from the last game, the Nottinghamshire game here, that obviously it did move around a little bit early on. I wouldn't say it's done as much as that, but still difficult batting conditions that first session.
Struck away nicely into the offside. Just a single though.
And what we've seen over those scores last year, and obviously in that game v Nottinghamshire, someone went on, got 100, and that set the tone to get 350 in. So, you know, the average score here, batting first, has been well over 300. So they have looked at this, and the stats tell them to bat first, but it's not easy to put 350 on the board on this wicket. But a very tight, disciplined opening spell.
Well, it was great to see Blake Cullen back from injury, wasn't it?
He gives you that little bit of X factor. He just hurries batsmen a little bit quicker than they think, and he does get that bit of extra bounce. And then within this wicket, can be a little bit tennis ball-y at times. But for sure, gives us. He's definitely got a bit of X factor inside him, and great getting back out on the pitch.
He's the quickest of the bunch, isn't he, at Middlesex? Quicker than Helm?
Yeah, don't know the stats, whether that's been proven. You know, I would say they're very similar. Both tall, get that extra bit of bounce from back of a length.
Backside, yachts from the field only, not from the keeper or the bowler.
I think it'd be fair to say Ryan's not up in there. So.
Although I was surprised, and they've had the speed guns at some of the championship games, as they do now on the streams. As you see, Higgins managed to push it through on a couple of occasions towards the late 70s. Remember that match against Nottinghamshire, which Broad was playing for Nottinghamshire. He was clocked the quickest on the first 3 days of the game. Although I think Broad might have upped the tempo a bit on the final day when Middlesex were chasing.
Well, he's done a great job since joining, Ryan. You know, very, very solid performer. Bit of the glue bringing it together, gives them control. You know, on that last game, not only from the bowling perspective, but here v Nottinghamshire, he got 70 and set the tempo. Took the bowling on a little bit to give us the platform to drive through. So, yeah, been a very, very good signing for Middlesex. I think he's played every game of every format this year, so might be due a rest soon in today's modern game.
All eyes on Holman here, especially for yourself. Have a look at how he goes.
Yeah, it's fresh wicket. You know, bowlers, I like Luke's got good control. He's at the batsman, attacks the stumps during the one-day format. So, you know, it's important spell here, just to keep that pressure on after obviously the opening bowlers created the situation.
And I was saying to Toby, not only right-handed, left-handed, but very different approaches here at the moment from Masood and for Revis. Equally be a challenge for Holm. Masood batting with that control, 71 deliveries he's faced now. Oh, there we go. Example of it. Put up there. Has that gone all the way? No, just short, says the umpire. 100 up though for Yorkshire.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably going on to hit off stump, so high risk shot, but just taking it on length. Obviously, we talk heavily about the short boundaries, square of the wicket.
Goes again.
Got him that time.
Wow, well, that was more in the slot, wasn't it? Revis moves to 49 with the 6.
I think at this time they start to target the spinners, so that would just a little bit wider, just give the opportunity to free the arms. Got a bigger piece of it, went all the way, but you know they'll be conscious about the scores that have been score first here to win games, and they know this is definitely the best batting period now. New ball through, sun's out. It's going to be the best part of the game to bat on, so they have to capitalise these two. Obviously their partnership now creeping up to 80. This is the main part of the game now, where they'll either get past that 250 score and push on up to the 300 if these two bat for a long period. If Middlesex can break this partnership now, we'll start to regain a bit of control.
Two, but just a single. One to come at the over. It's the 50. Revis from 56 deliveries. Six, moving him to 49. It's the first 6 of the innings. 56 deliveries, just confirming the number of 4s that he struck in this innings. Sure I didn't hear that correctly. He struck 5 4s. Top ball to end the over. 107 for 3. 27 bowls.
Yeah, Luke will be disappointed with that, but they weren't too bad balls. You know, they're hit from length. He gets very frustrated with himself or when things aren't quite going his way, and he just has to settle. Looks like we're going to have a bit of Cullen coming.
This will be interesting, won't it? Pace, certainly the quickest on display for Middlesex today. I'd say that. If Revis continues to try and hit out, it could go one or two ways, this.
Well, I think Stoneman's obviously reading the situation that we can't allow for this stand to go on too long without testing it a bit further. Like to try and check their momentum a little bit here. So turn to his strike bowler. See whether we can pick up a wicket.
Cullen very much Middlesex's T20 strike bowler alongside Helm nowadays. Did wonder whether his overs would be held back for the end. Bambo, whether he'd be bowled through at the top. Vincent Anderson, the other two seamers, and then De Carey's in the background there, the other option of spin. Which with Masood there and going nicely as well, whether he gives him a go against the left-hander.
Definitely going to give him a couple of overs, I think, just to maybe save him one back. As you say, Bamber bowled beautifully up top as well. And would have been a conversation, as we saw with Hutton in the last game here, whether they bowl out. But then that does limit your options further down as we get to that last 10 with the power play at the end. It's going to be challenging if you haven't got those variations available.
Just a single. Coming around.
Yeah, I haven't seen them score that much square of the boundary before that last over of 2 slog sweeps. You know, nearly every game here we've seen the ball go quickly square of the wicket, and when you're 10 yards away, it's past you. And I just don't know if Yorkshire have shown enough intent to hit the ball square of the wicket hard and get it past. It's as if they've settled just to push the ball out to the boundary fielder rather than giving a little bit more intent, and the ball can squeeze off 10 yards left, 10 yards right of the fielder on the boundary rider. you know, I see Middlesex scoring a lot more square of the wicket on the boundary options compared to what Yorkshire have done on this opening nearly 30 overs.
Short, try a catch. That one's dragged into the onside, but nothing doing for mid-wicket. End of the 27th, so 3 off the over plus the leg by, 111 for 3 after 28. This definitely isn't a W score at 30 overs, Mark. It's key now for Yorkshire. How far can this 4th wicket go through the back 20, which they're very nearly to, and then at some point the launch pad comes, which is where that 250, all of a sudden, this is the first time Wasps crept up and over 250, which seems a modest score here at Radlett, and well, we know what partnerships can do in any format of cricket. And that Wasp could be, well, it will be steadily climbing the longer this partnership goes on. Martin Anderson places Holman. Back they come for the second. There is Holman collecting. So taking spin out of the attack for now. Those 2 balls where he was well hit off a length. Again, they weren't bad deliveries. As Keith Dutch alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic, was saying.
Masood just looks like he's settling in to rotate the strike back for the long period. Gave half a chance earlier. Difficult catch at slip, but just quite happy to rotate, picking up 2s. Oh, he
now
is out. Yeah,
that's incredible, absolutely incredible. Holman on the boundary rope. What an arm that is. Takes out the stump. 4 down. What a way to break the partnership. Moves just past the 50. Yorkshire all of a sudden thinking about really starting to set up an innings here for the first time after this partnership had settled things. Boy, oh boy, what a way to unsettle them. And Holman strikes back after being hit for 2 big boundaries in the last over by Reeves. Look at this.
yeah. I think it was 2 all day long. I think Masood was calling him through, but he just stuttered on the non-strike end. He just stuttered, and a flat bullet arm from Holman taking out the stumps. But I think there was 2 there. That would be my gut feel. I think there was a reluctant second from Revis, so we might be able to see that on the replay down the pitch.
Well, he drags himself off, Revis, and you can imagine why. 114 for 4. So Don Bess comes in at 6.
Well, we needed a break in the partnership, hence the 2 bowling changes, but it's come from a fielding display that allowed us to break that partnership. I wouldn't say the fielding's been exceptional during this campaign.
That's probably been the biggest failing, hasn't it?
So I think there's a bit of disappointment, and you know, let's be honest, the fielding is the basics of the game, you know, and we do see obviously a big change in the athleticism and the skill even of the fast bowlers now, of what they can perform on the boundary, but just some basics. We dropped some basic catches and can't get the ball in the hand.
Masood becomes an even bigger wicket for this innings now. Single nudge down to long leg, moves him to 49. He thought he was moving to 49 the last delivery, but then came the run out. Yeah, Gus Fraser on the mic in the last match here at Radlett, I think was quite clear he felt that was where Middlesex had let themselves down mostly in this competition, was the fielding, because they're the moments that can turn a moment, turn an innings.
Wow, and Gus obviously knew a bit about fielding in his time. In those big pony size 13 boots, he was quite skillful at stopping it with them. So, you know. I'm not sure we can quite put him in the athletic mould. Even back then when he was a fine figure of a man compared to today.
YouTube the other day, and Phil Tufnell's greatest catches came up. I'd like to see if there's a page like that for Angus Fraser on there.
I think a lot of them will have been at fine leg if they did come his way. This is where now Middlesex need to target, put pressure on Bess. Get Masood off strike, starve him a little bit. He's sat in here looking to bat all the way through, but ultimately now he's lost his partner who was the more aggressor. We need to try and build some pressure on Bess here and see whether we can string some dot balls together.
End of the over, 29 done, 115 for 4. The run out of Revis, costly for Yorkshire. He's gone to 50. Masood is nearly there, his skipper. Best the new batter. And, well, Holman, who was taken out of the attack, having been hit for a 4 and a 6 consecutively. I wonder is now the time to bring him back in.
Yep, bringing him back in. Yep. So, that's why you're the official commentator here. You know, but he wouldn't have wanted to bowl Blake out, but needed the wicket. So straight away 1 over, straight into a change. And what we've seen with Masood is that he's not really swept the ball. So very common feature now for the batters. Square of the wicket, reverse sweeping and hard sweeping, allowing Holman to have 2 players up on the single. A very much more traditional batter.
It's the 50 up for Masood. 78 deliveries. They're a little late on it in the crowd here. They've missed that one.
I think they've missed it completely.
Masood goes to 50.
I think
78 deliveries. They're catching up now.
Well, I think what happened was that the scoreboard was showing him on 48, whereas here was obviously
the scoreboard at the ground was off for a moment. That scoreboard's caught up. Denied Masood the chance to raise his bat. Cut away to get off the mark. Edgily done though by Bess. 120 for 4.
just a little bit of width and just a little bit of pace on the ball, whilst a little bit streaky. Just allowed him to work on it. That'll be a bit frustrating. Got to get his line right here, and possibly a little bit of pace off to the new batter, get them feeling for it. That does come with a little bit of danger.
Oh, goes to go again.
Does come with a little bit of danger of, with the fielders up, risk of being hit over the top. Looks like a googly just snuck through.
Speaking of sweeps, that's an attempt from Bess.
Well, being a fellow spinner, he'll know it's one way to get the bowler off his line and length by sweeping his good balls. Comes with some risk though.
It's come of the over, 120 for 4. Just a single to end the over. Best moves to 5 from 8. Masood's 50 from 78. 3 boundaries, 3 fours in those 78 deliveries for Masood's 50. It might be the chance for the crowd to applaud it. Good number from Yorkshire in as well for this game, so it wasn't a home bias there that meant there was no applause for the 50 at Radlett. It was purely the scoreboard error.
Well, we head into the last 20 overs now. Just that pick up of the wicket, and in the last 2 overs we've had 6 or 7 dot balls. Just changed the Wasp to 238 all of a sudden, so shows really the impact of the dot balls. Middlesex are just making a change to the field. I'm going to take the slip out, moving him into mid-wicket, which means Anderson will give him a bit more protection, maybe come a little bit more stump to stump. Key 3 or 4 overs here just to try and build some pressure on the new batter. Not easy coming in. We've seen, you know, the batting only got easier as the partnership grew there. So this will be important just to put the squeeze on from Middlesex perspective.
Clips away, just a single. Yeah, it feels as though this next 3 or 4 overs will really dictate how either side go about the remainder of the innings. If Yorkshire can get through wicketless in this little period now, but there's enough wickets left still to charge. So often teams talk about 100 in the back 10 nowadays. There's enough wickets left. Equally a couple of wickets now for Middlesex, and again that Wasps are revising down perhaps even below 200. It's glorious. One of the shots of the day, Masood. Bamber, the willing runner. 1, 2, 6 for 4.
Very fine shot. Lean on down the ground. Traditional batters can still play this format and play traditional shots.
Wide of the fielders, there'll be a couple here at least. In fact, there'll be 4 more. And just exactly the same again, a little clip through the onside. Masood accelerates to 58.
Yeah, I felt Anderson had gone a little bit full, and this further cements it. The ball that went out for 1 was a leg stump half volley as well. So here he's just sneaking up a little bit too full and getting lent on. Slower ball, hit.
That would have been a way to go.
Would have been tight, for sure. Change up of pace there from Anderson, just rolling his fingers across the ball, trying to get it to stick into the wicket, but just feel he's come a little bit too full here. That first ball he bowled in of the over, the dot ball, was the one that he hit a hard length to Bess.
Oh wow. Now, Bess with an uppercut. Look at that. Really reacted.
And that's the danger here. We've had 1 good shot, 1 lean on, bit of fortune there with it bouncing back of a length, but you know, all of a sudden 14 off the over, and that's what can happen at Radlett. So looks like we could be having another bowling change coming in a second.
Well, under Josh de Carey's. Left-handed Masood, Best still early in his innings. Is it de Carey's that he's going to go to? It looks, certainly it is indeed.
I think this is a good move. Watching last year, we once left-handers got in, we found it difficult to remove them. Off spinner can be a good threat to the left-handers, but it's just an area that we identified last year that the left-handers seem to take the game away from us in some positions. So it'll be good. Hasn't had many overs of late, Josh, since coming on to the scene, broke in very quickly into the 4-day game at the Rose Bowl, and has now cemented his place in.
Well, it's interesting, the T20 as well is where he really made his name, wasn't it, with the ball this year, with the white ball in hand, but as you say, he hasn't had as many overs in this day. Nice start from De Carey's.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit frustrated if I was Josh there. Bowled a good ball, a little bit of grip, little forward presensive prod, square of the wicket, 1 run, rotate the strike. Might be happy as want to bowl at the new batter, but always be keen to be bowling at the left-hander, knowing the ball's spinning away. Might just ask my point just to get a little bit tighter there and not give him a easy exit of a rotation.
Oh, not a wides because of the step across from Bess.
Looks like it turned the bounce a little bit as well.
Very enthusiastic. Carries.
So a battle of the off spinners here. Bess on strike.
Oh, some bowls.
On the outside, or they go through the gate.
Cry of catch as it's reversed and swept away for 4 more.
Yeah, high risk shot, however, with the field and the boundary square of the wicket. Just means that you get full value and reward. Middlesex are just going to move their point fielder just a little bit more behind, try and cover that off.
Single turn the over. So he'll be disappointed with the single first ball of the over. 1 for 1 for 4.
Yeah, nice set. Nice set from Josh. Obviously 6 off the over. Just a rotation. But we saw with pace on the ball a moment ago. Obviously 14. And we're going to have a little change. Higgins coming back into the attack as well. So plenty of rotation of the bowlers here from Stoneman. So 1 or 2 overs. Some might be forced. Whereas others is just assessing the situation of the game, thinking about the back end.
Number 21 from 6 so far for Higgins. Oh, wow. Come back for the second, as you can see. 143 for 4. Best moves to 17. Bold shot.
Well, for me, I'm seeing a very clear game plan here that Masood's just going to play the anchor role, and Best now coming out, trying to carry that momentum that was taken on by Revis. You know, can't afford to get him slow this scoring rate down. So he's showing a bit more intent here. Good lines by Higgins, keeping it nice and tight. And that ball just to tuck back in onto that middle and leg line. Good length. Interesting passage of play we've got coming here.
It's back up over 250. Again, partnership builds and it'll be up towards 280. Smooth, if they did get somewhere close to 300, it would be a remarkable score from Yorkshire after the start they had. Just what batters are capable of in white ball cricket nowadays, well, in all forms of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, look, 300's not out of the question. And the reason I say that is that we've seen, with wickets in hand, it's very easy 10 and over here at the back end of the innings. So if they can get down to the last 10, only 4 down, that could give them the platform. But what we have seen just in the last few overs, we've seen the ball go square of the wicket a little bit harder, and it's beaten the man out there very, very quickly. I just feel they may have missed out on that early on, just to push their score up a little bit higher.
Single to the over, 4 off it. Higgins, number 25 from 7 now, 145 for 3.
Well, I didn't realise we were playing Yorv, but obviously first time I've seen the spelt like that related to the Vikings part, but I think everybody could work out that York would be Yorkshire, but we need to change things up now and again, don't we, just to be relevant. And
yeah, I'll keep up with more important formats.
Exactly right.
We've got the one delivery at Masood, first ball of his first over to Carey's. Masood taking a single.
Robson in the prime position there for the bowler, just at point. Stop that square cut as well as the prod into the offside for the rotation. Let him away there, Josh, just too short. Change of field from De Caires to Bess. Following that hard reverse sweep in the last over. Brought one man over, but that opens up big space on the leg side. They'll be looking to rotate twos there if they can. Single that time.
Just 2 off the over so far from De Caires. Can get out of the over now. It's been a good one.
Yep, it's a key point you make there. Shane Warne used to talk about it a lot, getting in and out of an over, building the over up during it. For sure now, you don't want to release the pressure that you've built up off the over.
Nicely done. 2 off the over, number 8 off De Caires is 2. 147 for 4.
Yep, nice set there. Backed up in the field by Stoneman falling on it at short extra cover. That wasn't full. But there you saw 4 dot balls there to the left-hander. get the ball in the right area, create that pressure. He's got to take a high-risk shot to get you away. Much better set from Josh De Caires there. Dot balls are building.
I was going to say, it feels like something's got to give here. He talks about this being a big 3, 4, 5 overs for this innings, and how either side would go about it thereafter. It's getting to that point now, isn't it? Lifted to long leg, just a single.
Yeah, good mixing up of the pace there by Higgins. Reading the situation, knowing that we are coming to some trigger points here with the pressure building on the dot balls, that if Bess is going to be the aggressor and Masood back through, he knows he's going to be looking to get the boundary options open. So got good skill set here.
Yeah, I was going to say the onus is on Bess here, isn't it? 'Cause Masood will just push the singles at the moment. Play his natural game. It's a bad ball, he'll put it away. He's got a lot off the legs today, Masood, hasn't he? The early overs from Cullen.
Yeah, left-hander's dream, just bowl into the pads, and then the seamer recorrects for the cut as well.
Will this be the matchup, Higgins and Bess? Or will it be Bess against De Caires, where he really goes?
Rotation of 2, keeping the strike. A little bit frustrated there. White's in an interesting fielding position, considering it's a fast scoring ground. He's at a wide-ish, fine leg, 20 yards, 25 yards off the boundary. Only thing I can think he's there for is a top edge pull with a slower ball, because the ball, any pace on the ball is going to beat him on the inside for 4, but hasn't done yet.
152 for 4. Nearly crunch time for this innings.
Yeah, I'm interested, you know, is Masood digging a bit of a hole here? You know, it's 91 balls for 65. Came in during a tricky period, but obviously he's really setting himself out here to bat the whole innings.
Well, a run of ball from here is 250, isn't it? Which a run of ball isn't easy to achieve. It's a couple of singles at a boundary, really, and over, isn't it? But where that boundary comes from.
I mean, I do feel this is a boundary scoring ground. You know, square of that wicket, the ball goes very quickly. So, you know, as you say there, at 6 and over, gets them in. We talked about that last 10 overs, 8 and over will get them up 275. So, competitive score to chase. Yeah, I think if I was Josh here, I'd be wanting to bowl at Masood as much as possible, even though he's the man that set in, but he's anchored, ball spinning away a little bit, just build the pressure, and then he's got to decide whether he's going to take a big risk, knowing that he's a little bit stick or twist here if he gets out now. Dab into square leg, just using the angle. De Caires just straying a little bit straight, just allowing him just to use the angle of the ball, just to tuck it into that leg side for an easy single.
It's a single, Masood to 67. So 4 off to Carey's is over, 156 for 4. Masood keeps the strike.
Yeah. Lots of conversations here between the batters, Captain Masood, and then off camera, a lot of conversation between the captain and the bowler Higgins. I think all aware that we're a bit of a stalemate position here, and talking about risk options, where to score. Yorkshire will be looking to push on, try and get over that 250 mark. Middlesex will probably accept 250 based on scores previously here, and talking about changing the bowling, and that conversation has opened up another rotation. Could be spin at both ends.
Yeah, Holman, just where he started at the Saucersfield end, back on.
First sweep shot I've seen. Oh, sent back by Bess. I think Middlesex would have taken another run out there of Masood. Not the strongest arm from White, but first time we've seen the sweep come out, I think, from Masood. Just started a little bit leg side, and from Holman there, just giving him the option.
Away in front of Higgins for 4. Able to get around at cover. Just dragged it down a bit there, Holman.
And only 10 yards from him, but power in the shot. Just a little bit of width offered. And you can see just how quickly the ball covers across that ground.
Oh, now where's that ended up? Bottom edge, ricocheting off either leg, and then past that leg stump. Single taken. Look at this.
Missed opportunity there.
Davies knows it, picking himself up.
Nice googly from Luke there, just finding the outside of the edge to Masood.
Oh. A little bit of excitement for the bowler. With a bounce. End of the 37th, 1-6-3 for 4. You can see it's not for the want of trying from Yorkshire. It's still timing out there is not easy. Best 28 from 31. He's gone at a good lick like Revis before him. Masood anchoring. But even still, you can see that every now and then there's a ball that really troubles the batter, unsettles them again.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a huge amount of seam movement sideways. We've just seen that bit of extra bounce occasionally. Could be called tennis ball type bounce, but that is causing the one that's causing a bit of trouble. Getting told off for my microphone usage here. So I think Middlesex would be the happier of the two teams at this stage, but wary that they've got a stand building here already, and one batter set. We know it gets easier the longer you bat on the wicket and get used to the conditions.
Just a bit of width now in that single.
Yeah, just letting him off strike. Just the length when he's got him coming forward at the ball. It's not been as comfortable, but when he's just sat back, being able to get that ball away, square the wicket. Short again. And it's a fine balance here whether De Geers is happy to go at 4 and 5 and over with no damage done, or whether he wants to try and build the pressure of only going for 2 to 3 to force a big shot out of one of these two players. And only time will tell whether it's a platform builder for a bigger push in the last 10 overs. One wicket changes everything all the time here.
12 to go. Wasp. I think at the highest it's been at any point in the innings, 259. It's hovered just over 250 in the fourth wicket partnership. Back down with the fall of the fourth wicket and Revis, but back up, nudging towards 260 for the first time. Again, 280 on this track, especially from the start they had. Yorkshire could be a real escape. Well, it would be a real escape. Whether it'll be a good score, we'll have to wait and see.
Plays the ball very late, Masood. Not really that short, but just allowing the ball just to come all the way back, using the depth of his crease and just a easy push up the pitch, much to the frustration of Holman.
Just short, I think. Cry was catch it. Gets through for 4. Robson picks himself up.
Yeah.
Yes, just bounced.
As much as I love Robbo, I might be talking to the captain about where I want my best fielders. Oh, he's dropped short as well. Davies slow to come in there. Yeah, I think that for a spin bowler, just that backward point area is so crucial. Almost getting all the way to Davis out on the deep square.
Wide signals. Pressure on. 7 off the over, 3 to come.
Yeah, I think we talked about the fielding earlier. You know, would like to get my best fielders in the position for my best balls. And that point line there, saving one as well as for the square cut. Very important.
Why not umps?
I'm having a polite inquiry to the umpire of why it wasn't a positive approach.
Dragged away, that's beautifully done by Masood. He really had to adjust. It's a 77.
Back of the hand, googly, just dragged it down a little bit. Not going to miss out on them, Masood.
Eleven to go at Radlett. Yorkshire winning the toss. Got himself some real bother at the top, but 179 for 4. Well, 6 wickets standing, 179 on the board actually is a reasonable effort, but they have what, 66 deliveries left. It does feel as though they've got a launch now with Bess, 35 from 35, to see if he can inject some real impetus into the back 10. And this is the last over of power play 2, of course, as well, so this could well be the over that swings dramatically one way or the other. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. 4 back, 5 back in power play 3. Two dot balls. Almost a frustrated cry of no from Bess.
Good start to the over from De Geers. Disappointing one from Holman in the last one. Not helped by the misfield at backward point. But this will be Josh's challenge now. See if he can get 3 dot balls.
Yes, at the moment actually, that single third ball of the over from Bess. And now Masood, 2 balls left to power play 2. I doubt Masood will be too perturbed by the end of power play 2, and we'll let that rattle him.
Better from De Geers. He's just dragging Masood forward. I think it's been too easy off the back foot. He'd rather be over full like that. Chance for it to squeeze out to mid-wicket or extra cover, rather than just allowing him just to rock back, using the pace off the wicket.
Down the track comes Bess, last ball. Power play 2, meets it on the full and away it goes for 4. 40 done, 185 for 4.
Last ball of the over, gave away all his hard work unfortunately, threw it up there. Good use of the feet, managed to get it onto the full toss and squeezed it past that gap between extra cover and mid-off, which won't be there for the next passage of play, as we'll be able to obviously have one further fielder out, and no doubt it will be that man at long off.
Keith Touch, thanks very much. Much appreciated your time on the mic here at Radlett.
Pleasure, nice to see you again.
Sorry we weren't able to get more into Gus Fraser in that stint.
There's always time. Is that one way to try and keep me to stay on to do the last 10 overs? But no, we will catch up again soon.
gets through, but sweeping up is Higgins at long off. Short, up in the air. Oh, and safe. In front of Cracknell coming around at deep backward mid-wicket, deep backward square. It's the 50 for Bess. 41 deliveries, another boundary. The aggressors at the other end to Masood, recovering this for Yorkshire. Bess's Bess's 8th boundary. Sharp single. Ooh, through they go. Masood moves to 80. End of the 41st. First coming out from Bess. Fine 50 this. Bess giving it the start. Bess carrying it on. Masood, the mainstay. Big pickup, but not big enough. Anderson underneath it at deep mid-wicket. Best goes for 51. Brilliant innings for him. To carries with the wicket. 5 down. 8 overs out. Big smile from the local boy. Had to get going. And they'll keep going now, surely. 100 off the last 10. It's a big ask. They'll try to do it around Masood. Lovely shot. You can see the crowd in on the far side as well. Good number in for this. Biggest attendance here at Radlett. Well, the Surrey game was a washout, disappointingly, first up. Sweeps a full one. Duke's been informed though. A little bit of surprise that he's dropped down, Harry Duke, the keeper. Driven away square by Masood. He's on to 80, 199 for 5. Just 4 on Sunday at Grace Road for Duke. Duck against Hampshire prior to that, opening up as well. 93 unbeaten in the 1-wicket victory against Surrey. Oh, lifts down the leg side. By signals. So not given as a wide. End of the over. The wicket of Bess, caught by Anderson. Just past 50, just as Revis was as well. So 200 for 5 after 42. 2 runs and a bye off the over. It's on shore and just burst through the gloves, the hands of Robson. And through it goes all the way, in fact. Powerfully struck. Well, that's an indication just how much Duke got on it. Burst powerfully through the hands of Robson. Just a single on this occasion. Better control of it. Oh, now it's a rare loose one from Masood. First one we've really seen like that since he was offering that chance early in the innings. Cracknell slip. Second was wide, almost towards fourth slip if second was in position. A pretty comfortable grab for him. Cracknell did well to get something on it. Masood's never looked back. Stroking that one. Set in for the century for the most part, Masood. Likely to continue to do it at his own pace. Six off the over. Can Anderson get out of it? Last ball's Duke. 7 overs to come. How hard bit will Duke go? Slow ball, well bowled. Top ball to end the over. He's done well. 4 off the first delivery. Just 2 off the next 5. 206 for 5 with 7 to go. Carries a Middlesex won't mind that single for Duke too much. It'll be interesting to see what Masood does here against the off spinner. Stoneman comes to have a nassle with him. The reverse but wide outside off. It's another good over from Carey's, and the boundary count's down at the moment for Yorkshire at the moment when they'd really like to be pushing that run rate up and over, 5 and over. On one with 5 wickets standing to hedge it all for the last couple of overs to go big. So giving himself room. They'll look for 2. Just the single it should be. They're going to come back. Pressure on Anderson. It's a good recovery. Just past 20 with 3 down. Ethan Bamber with 3 to bowl. Bowled back 3 from the Salters Field end. Stoneman comes to have a chat with him. This is a big spell, isn't it? Ethan Bamber has been Mr. Reliable. He hasn't particularly been Mr. Death End bowler, though, for Middlesex. How's his change-up of pace going to be against Duke and Co, who'll be really looking to hit out? Masood will be looking to use the pace of Bamber. Bowled incredibly well at the top. There we go, straight up in the air. And 6. Didn't even have a look, Duke. Not much wrong with the ball. Fraction too full, just outside off and into the slot, into the arc for Duke to get up and under. Conceded a 1/3 of his runs off the last delivery. Evan bowled a pretty decent 7 overs before that. Oh, wow. It's worked away really well. Not too much Cracknell can do out there about that. It's gone at a rate of knots. In the air as it went past him, but it was a projectile from Duke. Pressure on Bamber now. 2-2-2 for 5. Four more. Well, this was always going to be the difficulty with the return of Bamber here. That pace on is something that Masood and Duke will enjoy. Just shoving a single down to long on. Really good over this from Duke. 15 off it. All that hard work of Bamber at the top. Hasn't been undone at all. But that's why Middlesex have bowled him through at the top. Such a good opening bowler, and with the newer, harder ball. The Duke ball. Very different to bowling with a softer white ball at the end of an innings. Good ball to end the over for Bamber. Gets out of it in the end, but a lot of damage done. 15 off it. 227 for 5 to go. Look at that Wasp up to 274 now. We talked about 280 being quite the recovery from Yorkshire if they could manage it. Even with that pretty horrendous start that they had, losing Wharton, Luxton and Bean early. An outstanding opening spell from Bamber and Cullen. But Masood ably supported by Revis to begin with. Oh, there you go, the man Hassan. Well, goodness me, Duke came with a reputation to Radlett today as being the form batter of this competition for Yorkshire. If he keeps going at this rate and with this skill, 300 may still be on for Yorkshire. That's a fine shot. In the air. It's going to land safe. Soft top edge. Spin does for Higgins, and they'll get back for 2. Duke moves to 29. Complete mishit. That's what saved him in the end. Swept hard for a single. Higgins doing the fielding. Ripple of applause. I don't think a sarcastic one. Everybody knows on that last one that got past him, spin could be so unpredictable. Especially when you first charge him for the catch itself. Hidham's the call, but they should be through. Oh no, overthrows. Doesn't cost. Well backed up. Higgins. The man getting around. Robson goes over to give Higgins a pat on the back at what was short fine leg. Reverse sweep. Swept fine, straight to the fielder, no run. Again, Carey's done well to get out of the over. Boundary first ball. Just 4 more thereafter. Beautiful scene at Radlett. Good match setting up here now. Wasp 275. It'll take some getting. As we've seen, get past 300, you've generally got a match-winning score. Somewhere between 270 and 290 is a bit of a grey area. Yorkshire at the moment projected to land almost right in the middle of that grey area. Unless Middlesex can do something special with the ball, or Yorkshire can do something very special with the bat. They've got one very well set batter, the skipper, Shah Masood, eyeing up 3 figures for himself. Wide signals. Sood backs away outside the leg stump. Bamber goes with him, but still down the leg side. Single out to deep mid wicket. Slight fumble. Sood's on to 87. This is the matchup. Bamber and Duke. Took Bamber for 15 off his last over. He'd only conceded 7. He'd only conceded 12 off his first 7. Turning for an 8th that went for 15. Charges all the way outside off stump there, Duke. Well done, Bamber, for going with him. Barely on the cut. Strip. Much better over here for Bamber. 3 to come of it though. Good from Bamber, slow ball onto the pads. It's one of the great challenges for Bamber is that mix-up of pace. Always got a conversation and a smile. Stark contrast for Bamber, this over in the last, but he does have one more ball to bowl, and it's at Duke. Duke will be thinking about far more than just a single off this. There he goes, up in the air, 2 coming for it. Stoneman's underneath it, and Stoneman holds on. Fine cameo from Duke, 31 from 21. He's given Yorkshire a real chance of getting up to a high 200 score here. Bamber with a 2nd wicket. Have been taking some tap in that last over from Duke. He gets him in the end. 2 for 31 for Bamber. Yorkshire, 239 for 6. Right off the toe end, cue end of the bat, up in the air. Looking for another of those big shots. Good from Bamba. Just putting that a little bit wider outside of the off stump, so it wasn't quite in the arc. For Duke to try and swing into the onside. Ben Mike. '99 at Lords last year for Leicestershire. Ryan Higgins back from the pavilion end. In the air for a moment, but safely through the covers. Pursued on to 89. Toby Rowland-Jones in the middle. Tim Murtagh will be on in the second innings. It's Blake Cullen, so he won't be bowling in the latter stages. Robbie White on as a sub-fielder at the moment. Hopefully nothing too serious for Cullen. Edged just fine. Bamber on the roll as he hurt his back. No signal for umpire Bailey. Apart from that one. That was 2 to come. Leg side. There's a little noise on it, must have been pads. No signal for the wide again. Slammed back past the non-striker for 4. Good from Masood, he moves to 94. Aggression from the Yorkshire skipper as he closes on a century. .247 for 6, with 2 to come here at Radlett. Scramble in the single. Mike 3 from 3. Back to Masood. Masood heaves into the onside, just a single, he moves to 95. Boundary last over for Masood. It's Higgins, his previous boundary, his last boundary was against Holman. 5th ball of the 39th over, which he hit for 4. Short, slow ball, pulled away for a single. Just getting a little frustrated here, Yorkshire. One big over, a couple of overs back from Duke. Got hold of that one, but straight to the fielder. Just a single again, he's on to 96. Over to Mike. Pressure on him to swing at the moment. Very good from Bamber, block hole delivery, they'll get a single. Masood back onto strike, second 50 in competition this year. He got 31 against Kent, 54 against Essex, 11 against Surrey, 18 against Hampshire, 7 against Leicestershire. The series against Sri Lanka, 39 and 7. 51 in the second game. Oh, Bamber's bowled exceptionally well today, and that is his day done. 5 off his final over, 2 for 36 from 10, outstanding figures when you consider that Duke got hold of him for 15 in 1 over, the other 9 going for 21 runs. Absolutely brilliant from Bamber. Ryan Higgins to bowl the final over. Middlesex's 2 leading wicket takers in the county championship, Bamber and Higgins. Cullen off the field at the moment. So it's Bamber to Mike, 5 from 5. Masood's on 96 at the non-striker's end. Mike, well, you'd suggest it's 1, 4 or 6 for him. He's not getting a boundary, get off strike. Swing and a miss. No, he's edged it. Simpson outstanding again behind the stumps. Huge swing from Mike. And the edge through to the keeper standing up. 252 for 7. Wasp sliding down for Yorkshire now. At one point it looked as though they might even have a Wasp pushing up towards 300. Look at the swing across the line. Little nick through to Simpson. Brilliant keeping. Each new batter. Is it a third today standing up for Simpson? Is it second? He took one standing up on Sunday against Lancashire. There's a single for Leach. Over to you, skipper. Oh, now that's going to be close, and it's gone. Masood's out for 96, no century for the skipper. Higgins has 2 in the over. And the onslaught at the end for Yorkshire, not quite there, although Masood's looking at his bat, right at the toe end of it. Perhaps suggesting he fancies he got a little tickle on that. Brilliant innings, 96 from 129, no century for the skipper, but he has given his side something to bowl at here. He's given the crowd some entertainment at Radlett. Pakistan international, troubled Middlesex, well, he troubled everybody last year for Derbyshire. And overseas with Yorkshire. It's a big step across, and if there wasn't bat, then no doubt. Immediately had a little look at the tone of his bat, and then another one there. So 2-5-3 for 8, 3 to come. Slow ball first up to Schutt. Bowls him. 253 for 9. Higgins 3 for. One ball of the innings come. You can bet that'll be on the stumps as well. Wow. Makes a mess of middle and leg. Cliff out at 11. We've got one wow at the bottom of the screen. How does the over finish? Stumps up in the air and caught. Yorkshire all out, 253, last ball of the innings. Cracknell holds on. Higgins ends up with 4 for 39 and a wry smile on his face. Well, Yorkshire would have taken that from a tough start to the innings. They fought back with 96 from the skipper. Some useful 50s in there as well. Last ball for Higgins, for sure. It was just put it on the stumps. Let's see what could be done. Cracknell holds on, and Yorkshire are done 253. Again, it's a score that Yorkshire would have taken right back at the start of the innings. Sloman charge him. Cracknell calls him. Cracknell holds on. 4 for Higgins. And, well, proof will be in the pudding for that innings, but from 29 for 3, last ball of the power play, when Finlay Bean was dismissed, they're out last ball of the innings. Yorkshire for 253. It's not a bad recovery at all from the position they were in. I think they'd have most certainly have taken that if it was offered. Join us back for the chase in just under half an hour here at Radlett. 254 the target for Middlesex.
did you?
About to hit him back. You got away with that. Oh.
where Mark Stoneman and Joe Cracknell out to the middle to open up for Middlesex. 254 is the target. So 4 wickets in the final over. Ryan Higgins will be on a hat-trick at the start of the List A competition next year. Make sure we make a note and remember it. So 96 for Shah Masood. 50s for Revis Bess. 31 from 21 from Harry Duke. Strike rate of 147. Higgins 4 for 39. Bamber 2 for 36. Cullen 2 for 32. Really outstanding from Higgins, that 4 for 39. But in the final over of the innings, 1 run, 4 wickets. Oh. Nice start from young Mr. Cliff. The Wasp says 64%. Does that mean a Middlesex victory? I think so. 64%. Middlesex off the mark in the chase. Couple for Stoneman. Cliff was the last to go. Benjamin Cliff, 20 years of age, will be 21 in October. Halifax born, England under 19. Former England Test opener awaits. Ooh, just kicked up out of the dirt. No pace taken off it though. First boundary for Middlesex. One for 44 on debut last year for Yorkshire against Northamptonshire last August. What a response. Very nearly Cliff's edge. Width from Cliff. Crunched away by Stoneman. Leach from the pavilion end. Wick there as well. Cracknell punishes it. Anything offline here is going to go. (29 for 3) at the end of the power play. Yorkshire, Middlesex, after 7 deliveries, very nearly halfway there. A sticky start. Shah Massoud sticking in for the long term with the bat for Yorkshire. Will it be enough? We shall see. Well, there's Wasp's response. It's up to 72% already. Away by Cracknell. Oh, now. Felt like it was always going to be safe. Cracknell's had a tumble. That's his left hand. Is it just the wrist jarred? 3 taken. Stoneman does like to run them fast. 17 without loss. No ball called, so a free hit. 19 without loss. There goes the free hit. West Stoneman standing. Wide signal, will have to go again. Well, now this is really interesting. So, Cracknell, Stoneman standing outside off stump, which means the tram line moves. I think Leach has got a fair point there, hasn't he? That with the tram line moving, that's inside. Tough call on the youngster. Free hit again. Pulled away, and 4 it is. 2 set back for that. Stoneman bisects them. 24 without loss, and Middlesex powering through the start of the innings here. Two fielders there for the shorter ball. Rather signposted what he was going to deliver to Stoneman. Ooh, tumble taken, but all okay. Duke. Revis it was, picking himself up. End of the second, 25 without loss. Yorkshire were 29 for 3 at the end of their power play. Could be Cracknell's last bat of the season. Can he force his way into the championship side of the performance here? Oh, put down. Had one grab at it. Saw a lot of this at the start of the Yorkshire innings. Need to check their shots. Middlesex ahead of Yorkshire's power play. 2 balls into their third over. Wasp likes it, 80%. Going down. Might be going down for a boundary. Well stopped. Take a couple. Good end the over from Cliff. 33 without loss. So 33 without loss after 3, and ahead of Yorkshire's power play. They were 29 for 3 at the end of their 10. I'm Kevin Hands on the live stream. Angus Fraser's alongside me. He's just finished scouting for lost deliveries over in the bush on the far side.
Yeah, no, I had a look at that for a while. I've just been sort of Vinny and Ted's. We had a bit of a rush, sort of bar that I'm involved with, and making sure the customers got back quickly to their seats to watch the cricket, because seems a bit's been going on. But early on, yeah, I was having a bit of a whack around. It's horrible. Middlesex, we spent one winter, the players, as a winter sort of bit of fun, team bonding, put a fence all around the ground to sort of stop it going into the hedges, in the hope that sort of it would prevent time lost to lost balls. These advertising boards, they're pitched at an angle that means it's sort of like just a perfect little pitching wedge, that it hits the boards and then goes boom, just in the air and lobs straight into the top of these sort of real thick hedges. And
Thorny as well, aren't they?
They are. You can't get in there. I could see the ball there from one angle, but I couldn't see for the other. And you're trying to get, I mean, it's 60, 70 quid. I mean, it's not off my budget anymore, but I'm trying to save Alan Coleman some money. But a good start by Middlesex.
Bit of width there. He's got it through.
Just look at that there. So the ball's hit the advertising. I mean, we had a members forum earlier in the year, and someone said, why are the boards at that angle? It's not only the perfect angle for going up into the hedge, they're also the perfect angle for just going straight into the spectators too. So you sat there minding your own business, and all of a sudden the ball's in your lap.
Someone had their hat taken off earlier.
So a lady over there lost a glass of rosé just there when Sam Robson hit one. She went, ooh, and it all went everywhere.
It looks like it just clipped the top of his cap, so it didn't do any damage to the head, but took the cap with it. Through again. Problem here for Yorkshire at the start. Can't block these holes at the moment, block the gaps. It's the difficulty of Radlett though. It's in converse to the start of the Yorkshire innings, of course, but any little bit of width outside off here. Raddles will go for it. And leg sides.
It's lovely up here though, isn't it? Good crowd.
Best crowd of the home game so far in the
probably
Radlett.
13 to 1,500 people in.
Could you imagine if something riding on this for either what the crowd would have been, which would have been, and indeed if it was a Sunday finish to this competition, which is a little strange that it's a Tuesday finish. Sunday finish would have been nice.
Yorkshire, they're, well, unbelievably supported county, aren't they? And equally, there's a lot of, I'd imagine, Yorkshire supporters in London or Yorkshire followers in London, and they haven't been at Lord's for 3 or 4 years because of Middlesex being in the second division. And obviously they went down last year, Middlesex went up, so it's the first chance for them to watch Yorkshire play Middlesex. And I'd imagine, as cricket supporters are, I wonder what Radlett's like. So go and sort of watch Yorkshire play at Radlett for the first time.
The team that opened this ground with Middlesex, weren't they? Was years ago, Yorkshire against Middlesex in a CB40.
I think there was historic, was it a bit of a Yorkshire connection here? I'm trying to think now. Did they used to have benefit matches for Yorkshire, or testimonial matches for Yorkshire players in years gone by? I should probably know that.
Cliff started a new over. Cry of catch, but it's through. Cracknell's on to 24. Wasted no time here at all in the power play. Opens the face, that's well placed. Haven't quite got the timing. But we'll come back for a couple. Cracknell's on to 28. 26, my apologies. Another boundary in the 50 up for Middlesex in the 5th over. Quite the run rate and a real problem here for Yorkshire with a modest total to defend.
It's amazing some days you sort of watch sides play. We're chatting down there with some members actually during the game, and at the end Masuda hit a couple of hard hits the leg side straight to fielders, and do you place them or do you just hit it as hard as you can? And some days it finds the gaps and some days it doesn't. And it's a bit like that at this moment in time. There are some power plays where you just keep hitting the ball hard to fielders and you never really seem to get going, and other days where everything you touch finds the gap. And is that skill? I think some players would place the ball or would have a good idea. You look at Joe Root and he rarely misses out on bad balls. And I was saying about Sam Robson, who obviously playing for Middlesex and due to be the next person in, and when he had his tests, when he was playing test cricket, it was almost he hit the fielders a lot, so occupied the crease for quite lengthy periods of time. But again, instead of he was on 18-22 instead of being on 35-38, and all of a sudden it doesn't sound a lot, but all of a sudden the bowler's under a bit more pressure. They're not bowling with wickets in mind, they're thinking I've conceded a few runs here, and again as a batter you're a bit more relaxed at the crease, so the ability to put the ball away does have not just a major effect on the scoreboard, but it has an effect on how you play as a player. So yeah, I mean, Middlesex have had one of those sort of 5 or 6 overs here where everything they seem to have touched has found the gap, and as we know at Radlett, the outfield is very quick and it's 4.
Nice looking tree at the end there for Ryan Higgins, 4 wickets. Oh, little nick. Yeah, you could hear the noise. Stoneman's gone, 52 for 1. Good for the youngster Cliff, who's taken a bit of tap.
Yeah, I did sort of looking at that tree you were talking about for a minute. Not at the wicket, but it looked like it was quite close to. Yeah, it has got a bit big and a bit close there for that stroke by Stoneman. But Middlesex sort of in that frame of mind, aren't they? Sort of looking to be positive, maybe just nip back slightly, but good catch by the keeper. Yorkshire on the scorecard.
Let's go back to the match at Essex to see what the power play was there for Middlesex. So Robson's out at 3 to join Cracknell. At a century stand, Cracknell and Stoneman at Chelmsford. First game, the first completed game of the group for Middlesex. It was a DLS at Hampshire, a washout here against Surrey, and a narrow defeat. Well, they were both narrow defeats, the Hampshire and Chelmsford matches. drawing up that power play at Chelmsford for Middlesex, and after 10 overs, Middlesex had reached 76 without loss. That was their best power play of the competition so far. Robson off the mark, just a single. Cracknell managed 48 in that innings from 54 deliveries. 124 for one when Cracknell departed in the 19th. Strong starts to the competition with 64 at Hampshire, 48 at Essex, and then really cameos after that. Just 2 at Beckenham, 35 against Nottinghamshire, 21 Leicestershire, and 33 against Lancashire at Lords the other day for Cracknell.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I sort of sit here a little frustrated with this tournament for us. Whilst I can understand, I was struggling a little bit in T20, not being able to sort of provide Richard Johnson and everybody with the resources to sort of be as competitive as we want to be there, i.e. overseas players and things like that. And I think with a couple of decent overseas players in T20, may well have won 5 or 6 matches. Those sort of small margin, those sort of defeats that in the last over you often get your overseas players the person who closes those games out and wins them for you. But here, let's say when we're in this competition, the Metro One Day Cup, you've only lost 3 players to the 100 and could add quite a strong side. And a little bit, so it was great to see Martin Anderson here get his first 100 for Middlesex, but back to Joe Cracknell, a series of games where you hope that he's going to sort of get the 120, 130. Equally, you sort of looked at it the other day, even against Lancashire. Lancashire game frustrated me just because Lancashire got 30, 40 more runs than they should have done. And you're suddenly chasing 300 rather than 260, and it's a chase where a lot of things have got to go right. But even in that chase, you saw that with Holman and Anderson were at the crease. Go on, win us a game, you two. Sort of get us over the line, and that's what you're sort of looking for. Get into that habit, get into that knack, get into that sort of how do we win games of cricket, and we sort of haven't done that really in this competition this year, which has been frustrating for me.
I think a couple of people have picked up on something you said in the last match here, which would have been Nottinghamshire, that probably Middlesex's fielding. It was just something that they could have easily taken.
Again against Lancashire we dropped a catch. There's 2 runs. The batsman stays in. Maybe he got out soon, but he might be another. And there are a couple of things. But then you look at Lancashire's catch, and they took a couple of brilliant catches. There's a dive on the boundary, wasn't there, in the penalty over that saved 2 runs. Sharp.
Oh, got a strong hand to it this time. Saves 3 runs.
But again, fielding is something that, well, it's obviously important. It's become more, and everybody's aware that it's more important now than maybe it was 20, 30, 40 years ago, where people were picked for their batting and their bowling. But now, if you can add something in the field, you become a far more attractive player. And sides, certainly in white ball cricket, I mean, remember Gloucestershire side that won, they were just renowned for their fielding. The way they used to sort of squeeze the opposition, and with quite a young side, you like to see our fielding probably being better than it has been.
Miss Max Holden, he's a gun fielder nowadays, and he's a good example because he really turned it around with his fielding, didn't he, Max? He kicked on quite a lot as a fielder.
Well, it's been an interesting sort of I say project, I don't like the word project, but because a project means that someone's working on him, but the way that he's developing as a cricketer, in that when he started with Middlesex, sort of, I mean, he's always been small because he was 13, 14 playing in the 15, 16 playing in the, so he's always felt he's small. He's actually quite a big man now. He's filled out, he's strong, fit, and if you would have said to any Middlesex person 5 years ago that the better part of Max's cricket might be his white ball cricket, we'd all probably laughed at you. But that's been the case in the way that he's turned that side of his game around. Flick through the leg side for 4. So yeah, his fielding's come on hugely, and as is his white ball cricket, hence that he's in the 100.
Well,
deservedly so.
We said with let's have a look at the replay of that boundary for Cracknell. We said that Holden and Eskenazi are 2 very good examples of the challenges for modern day cricketers. That when Eskenazi first got into your side against Yorkshire a couple of times, didn't he? He's nailed on first class cricketer and wasn't really anywhere near the T20 side. You do see a lot of young players coming through the T20 side and almost cutting their teeth there. But
well, there was
both Eskenazi and Holden turned it around.
Well, there's quite a sort of famous comment around our dressing room about Eskenazi and Holden should be nowhere near any of Middlesex's white ball cricket, said by someone a few years ago. Prove that judgment incorrect.
Right to the bounce there beautifully. It's a cracking shot.
Had a conversation with Milan, with Mick Neal, and they were sort of talking about Milan. We were sat there and thinking,
Well, Cracknell's in fine form here. Moves to 45 with another boundary.
and again, I mean, he's not slogged here. Not so much. I mean, Cracknell can be distracted by smacking the ball, but that's just a beautiful strike. I mean, it's just a lovely, elegant extra cover drive. Beautiful.
I was going to ask actually, Cracknell's almost the converse of Eskenazi and Holden, isn't he? He's a player that, for me, when he broke into the T20 side, he was the first young Middlesex batter that I'd really seen come through, be able to make an impact. Academy batter, certainly. And again, 49 for Cracknell. He's handing out some harsh lessons here to the young Yorkshire bowlers.
Well, again, I mean, I suppose I remember the conversations now with, again, that's a half volley, but he's put it away beautifully. The conversation with Rory Coots. Rory was in charge of the academy. We're talking about Joe, and about the time that Sterling was sort of packing in as a Middlesex cricketer and obviously committing to Ireland, and how he might be the person to come through and replace him, and that's the sort of cricketer he is. I know when Stuart Law was here, he sort of fancied him coming in the middle order as well and being aggressive and destructive in red ball cricket as well. So it's not just a question of he's not pigeonholed as a white ball cricketer.
No run.
And actually, he's got a couple of hundreds in the second 11 this year, sort of in red ball cricket. So He's certainly capable of playing all forms of the game.
Can he force his way into a championship side with a score here? It's a competition for places in that Middlesex batting lineup come September. Robbie White, who's missed out on a chance in this competition with Simpson and Higgins not making the 100 this year. There's the 50. Bring it up with another boundary as well. 33 deliveries for Cracknell, 50 runs. Well, he started the competition with a 50 and he's ended one with one as well. And it really has been an amazing display of boundary hitting from Cracknell.
Yeah, lovely innings there. I mean, and he's not really slogged, has he? He's just put bad balls away. We've got a young, pretty inexperienced Yorkshire bowling attack here, and playing against, I suppose in Joe Cracknell, someone who has played a bit of cricket now. I mean, they've played 3 or 4 summers of white ball cricket, or played probably 40, 50 games of white ball cricket in total now, if you look at his career. And chance to go on. Doesn't need to change anything, doesn't need to get giddy. Just needs to win the game for Middlesex. We don't have to win it in 36 overs, just win the game. That's the challenge.
11th boundary. That one clipped away by Cracknell. Ben Mike into the attack from the Salters Fields end. Let's try again.
Just got a text message from Matt, who is the major partner in little bar, and he's put beers for the ambassador because Joe Cracknell's got one of our stickers on the back of his bag. He doesn't drive, so yeah, I'm sure he might have a couple of pints later on.
In the air from Robson, but placed into the gap. His first boundary. Middlesex 81 for 1 at the start of the 9th over.
Just given too much width, haven't they? That's allowed Middlesex's batters to throw their hands at the ball, as we've seen there. It's not quite a long half volley, but certainly white ball with not a great seam. Decent pitch. Get it through the field, it's 4.
Well, he did that the other day here, Robson. He's done it again, all the way. Catch taken at the back.
Brilliant catch. Gentleman in a grey shirt there.
So you get a pint of Vinny and Ted's for that?
Yeah, I'll happily. Yeah, if he goes and says that, I'll send him over. Lovely catch. Look at him there, comfortable Aussie style over his head, eyes in front of his face. Sorry, hands in front of his eyes. There's a pint at the bar for him. Who's going to tell him?
So comfortably Middlesex's best power play in the list A this summer.
Just having a discussion here at Wasp, 91%. Kevin's trying to explain it.
Could take a while.
But having watched us against Essex, 91's probably been a bit generous.
we were just saying at the start of the innings, before a ball was bowled, it was 64% Wasp gave Middlesex as the chance of winning. Before a ball was bowled, then all of a sudden it was 80%. Now it's 91%. What does it get to? 99 and then stops? It's the 1% chance.
Yeah, it's interesting watching it during the Ashes. There was always 1%, even though the sort of on the draw, or I suppose it's the tie, isn't it? It's the tie, which is when you think, well, there's a day and a half to go, 40 runs required, and 7 wickets down. How can there be a draw, or how can there be not a result but a tie as a result? Of course.
This is actually the first time I've seen it in this competition. It was used, so I don't know, something new. Maybe they're trialling for next year for the streams. All comes out of the score as 10. End of the 9th over. One to come with the power play. 88 for 1.
Is that produced by us? What do you call it? The thing at the bottom. I mean, I'm not sort of in.
Yeah, well, it comes from the score as 10, so it goes as a.
But would Duckworth? I mean, I know it's good to see, and it's obviously more information there for people watching. But would Duckworth? I know we're not going to. Looking around the skies, there's not going to be rain. But Duckworth Lewis is almost a sort of a good assessment of where a side is, isn't it? Sort of.
39 is the Duckworth Lewis pass score. I don't know if that's the first ball of the 10th or the end of the 10th.
That'll be the end of this over. So
they have
50 runs ahead at this moment in time.
Revis gave it some tap. He's going to concede 2 off his first delivery. Good run in from Robson and Cracknell. Middlesex have 100 on the board by the end of the power play. We haven't seen anything like that really from even the Middlesex opposition, I don't think, in this competition. Back at the end of the over than some of the other power plays, but just to mention for Cracknell, that's his 8th 50 in white ball cricket, 3 in list A now, 5 in T20.
How many games has he played now?
50, this is 16th list A, 46 T20, just the one first class.
So 62 white ball games, a couple of them would have been in the 100, wouldn't they, when he was selected there? Has he not played anything abroad? Not in Nepal 2020 league or something like that. I don't know whether he went. I know John Simpson went there once, didn't he? Nepalese, sort of T20. So again, he's getting quite a bit of experience now. 60 games, isn't it? Opening most of them, I'd imagine, opening the batting.
A bounce. Robson just about riding it. Yeah, it's still on first class game at Northwood versus Leicester in 2021. He managed 20 runs in the 2 innings he had. Looking for 2, but yeah, but they come. Good running. Pretty safe in the end. Double to end a pretty good power play for Middlesex. 92 for 1. Their best of the competition so far. Stoneman the batters are full. Nicking off. Robson's done pretty well. 17 from 15, but Cracknell the star so far. 53 from 34. There's the Stoneman dismissal. Caught behind Duke. who dropped down the order today, having opened so far for Yorkshire in this competition. A lot of batting to come with Carey's down at number 9. Man who's hit a century against Yorkshire. It's quite the worm. I'm not sure I've seen one like that before.
Is that when you were talking about the tree there in the 50th?
Yeah.
What sort of tree's that? It's not a fir tree quite, is it? Need to get a bit wider at the bottom.
The worm needs to go and see a doctor.
Yeah, that's a good snowman. That was a good description from Ollie.
That's Gareth Berg, wasn't it? I know, he was the Iceman.
He called himself the Iceman.
Beautiful shot. Oh, one-handed in the crowd as well.
He's hit that hard, didn't he? Good bit of fielding. Couple of bounces. Oh, well fielded, sir.
He's not getting a pint for that, but we might get him some sun cream. Looking a little red. Didn't quite get hold of it, Cracknell. But plays well. 100 up for Middlesex.
Cracknell's got 61 of them, so leading the fight, leading the charge, Joe Cracknell. Ben Mike trying the short. I suppose he's got 2 fielders out there. It's quite a decent sized boundary, but the pull stroke hook is a strong stroke for Joe Cracknell. Yeah, you might get him out, but it could cost you a few runs too. Good kit ours, isn't it? It's a really nice shirt. It's a really nice shirt. That I mean, I think it's one of the best we've had actually. Really nice plain shirt.
What's the criticism of counties? Everybody's in navy trousers and a navy top with some sort of little colour in there, but that one's got some bit of dynamism about it.
No, it's really it's a good one, isn't it? I mean, actually, I think some of the pink tops we've had in T20, I think they've really looked good, don't they? It's a really the colour that they've actually got the shirt to is striking. I always used to think that ourselves and the Sussex blue was a nice blue as well, wasn't it, in their 2020 shirts? But yeah, no, we've had some good kit. Should have played a bit better in it, but it's some good kit.
Oh, that'll be an overall. Really ballooned up.
I go back to sort of the starter colour clothing, and Joe Hardstaff was Middlesex secretary at that stage in proceedings, and Middlesex were asked what colour did we want for this new colour clothing, white ball cricket. Nurdle, that's a fine leg for a couple. Wasn't a free hit on that occasion because overhead height. And Joe Hart says, so white. They said, you can't have white, it's colour clothes. He said, white is a colour. So we had the most insipid light blue sort of shirts. I've still got one at home, I remember it sort of. But yeah, so we weren't particularly dynamic with initial choices of coloured clothing. Thick outside edge, that could be 4. Yep. Beats the inside fielder. Well, again, sometimes a lot of the time when you hit the ball quite hard and it just evades one of the fielders on the inner ring, captain the opposition, trying to cover as much space as he can. And again, that's perfectly sort of placed, isn't it? Just to the right of gully, just to the left of deep cover point. Rate required by Middlesex, well under 4 and over. Remarkable, isn't it?
Just keeping an eye on that wasp, see if it is 99%. You're wide. Tough out there at the moment for the Yorkshire bowlers. It was an understandable decision to bat first. Middlesex here at Radlett, the record's quite clear. The side batting first generally wins. Well, just a little wonder this morning. It's Cullen against Bamber. A little bit of moisture out there. A lot of seam movement early on for the Middlesex bowling quartet. Backed up well by the spinners. Yorkshire haven't benefited from the same kind of movement. They haven't been able to really keep it on the same spot, so that was the thing. Cullen very quickly settled on a line and length, which Bamber rarely leaves. The ball's given every chance to do something.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, Ethan's bowled well. He bowled well against Lancashire, didn't he? Bowled 10 overs straight through there. Although I remember his first 5 overs, I think, went for 30 because Isham bowled better than him first up with a new ball, and then his last 5 overs went for about 8 runs, I think, didn't they? So excellent stuff by Ethan. I suppose you go to an away ground, you don't know it. How much? I say, what in your decision making? What degree is it fact, and then what is it? What you're looking at in front of you? And obviously, if you know a ground well, you can probably make more informed, clearer decisions. But when you go somewhere, and the statistics say, quick single there. Oh, good bit of fielding. Buzzers. No, backed it up. But yeah, so has that decision been made? The decision been influenced largely by history on this ground rather than maybe the fact that there was a little bit more in this pitch this morning.
End of the over, 12 gone. Middlesex are 112 for 1. Yeah, we mentioned as well, Cullen, it was a big part of the plan for this competition for Middlesex. Limped out of the first game at Hampshire. It was a big blow for Middlesex.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Blake Cullen's a big part of this club's future, isn't he? I mean, highly rated England under-19 bowler, one of the better ones coming through, and made some really good, encouraging performances at the start. Just had a bad run with injuries. I mean, he's still been at university, and obviously he's got a first in. I can't remember what he got, but he got a first. So at the club,
science, wasn't it?
Yeah, the club would never put someone off going to university and encourage them to get the best degree they can, because a career in cricket, certainly as a fast bowler, isn't guaranteed. A long career in cricket is not guaranteed. Injury is always something that may crop up. So you'd always encourage the young man to give his degree everything and get as good a grade as he could. Oh, that's a good delivery there, but that's 4. Nothing really going Yorkshire's way at the moment. No genuine edge there. Sam Robson looking to work that to the leg side. It's obviously straightened. Or he's played across the line slightly. It's straightened a bit, but sometimes the Sam's looking for things that are not there, which he has done a little bit this year, if I'm being honest. But yeah, so we need Blake to come through. I mean, a bowler, young man, got a bit more pace and bounce. And if we look at our attack, it's got good skills. Oh, good throw at the stumps. It's got good skills, but look at some of the opposition. They just had a little bit more pace in our attack. So Middlesex needs someone like Blake to come through, add a bit more potency, and obviously support the likes of Helm, Roland Jones and Bamber and Higgins.
Yeah, degree in science at first, as you say. I did ask him on mic recently, why science? He said, save the planet. I need to put the cricket career to one side and get on with it. Middlesex is more important to you than the global situation.
No. It was, I mean, we've just had, as much a lot of counties have, but sort of a 10 years sort of participation sort of led facilities strategy, and green issues are a big part of cricket. I mean, if the summers are getting hotter, summers are getting drier. Dab down the third man, should be just a single. But how are we going to keep the pitches, keep the outfields? I mean, looking at Radlett now, it's actually beautiful, isn't it? I mean, the ground's in wonderful condition. This time last year, there wasn't a blade of grass on it. It was like a desert. And all right, you can tolerate every now and then the outfield's been a bit sort of dusty and arid. But how do you water your pitches, prepare your surfaces? Because
it gets away.
Four leg byes. How do you you need to get water in your pitches, and how's the best way of doing it, and things like that. So yeah, sort of climate change things. That's going down the leg side, so rather optimistic appeal. But climate change things are very much something that cricket's got to consider moving forward.
Oh, bumped back, last ball of the over. 1, 2, 3 for 1 into the 13th.
Well, the ironic thing of here is that for a few years, Nick, the groundsman, has been talking about an irrigation system, and the fact that, and it's absolutely right. I mean, you just put like a back garden sprinkler on, and most of the water evaporates before it hits the ground, and you need these sort of, you look at the sort of water they put on the ground at Lord's, and how quick you just flood it so quickly, and therefore all the water gets to where you want. So again, it's better use of irrigation systems. They're better use of water, full stop. So Nick's been sort of pushing Middlesex for nudge down to fine leg. Is that going to beat the fielder? No, he's managed to stop it. Good diving stop there, but good running by Middlesex. 2 runs. And last summer with the heat, the problem is Nick couldn't get as much water as he wanted on the surface, the pitch to sort of roll it, and therefore the pitches weren't as good as we wanted here. So during the winter we've put an irrigation system in, and it's been a really wet summer. Nick was going to go, because Lorraine sort of this maintenance fund that we've got, ECB maintenance fund that we can use to sort of help out grounds and stuff like that, as a consequence of the 100 and the fact that sort of a lot of clubs are going to be playing more games away from their home county grounds. Nick was going to say to Lorraine that the irrigation system had rusted through lack of use, and then just waited for the response for a bit. He's not been brave enough yet this year to go there with that one.
Lovely, lovely shot by Sam Robson. Well, he's certainly a batter who'll be looking to warm up for September. My apologies, not Robson, it's Cracknell.
Robson's on 33 off 26, so he's not messed around either, is he?
Has the scoreboard got that right now? It had it as Robson batting. I think they have 67 from 46. Must be a leg by. Yep, little inside edge on it.
That's hurt Joe Cracknell. Obviously above the thigh guard. Hit him on the hip bone. A little bruise there. Big bruise there normally.
End of the 14th, 131 for 1. The most cloudless the sky has been all day. Yeah, hindsight's great, isn't it? If Yorkshire could turn back the time, they probably would have put Middlesex in hindsight. Well, that ball was just offering a little bit more this morning. Not offering much now. Met the very positive Cracknell and Stoneman start, followed by Robson now. That's beautifully timed by Robson. 37 from 28.
Nonchalant. Just full straight, and he's just effortlessly clipped it. That's middle and off, isn't it? So it's a glorious shot. That's a bowler you think, not done a great deal wrong there. Maybe just slightly over pitch, but talking about Sam Robson, yeah, I think everybody'd like to get a bit of time at the crease before the 4 big championship matches that Middlesex have got. I think there might be a second Millen game next week. Then the week after that, Middlesex are in Chelmsford.
How do I phrase this without getting dug out by you? We were just working out how high Wasp can go. 100% being the answer off the mic. It's at 99% now. So when it was at 98% a moment ago, we were thinking, or I was thinking, is that 1% Yorkshire, 1% the tie? Have Yorkshire just been taken out of it? It's 99% Middlesex and 1% the tie now.
I don't know. And I don't know whether I care, to be honest.
Single to end the over, 138 for 1. Does it need to go to decimals now? 99.1%.
But I know, well, obviously I'm not a gambler, so I don't sort of follow form and all this sort of thing. But it's, well, Middlesex's odds have come down from 20 to 1 to 12 to 1. Well, what does that mean? Because some person has bet some money on Middlesex, we're going to play better. So it's got nothing to do with the game. So therefore, why should I care? I mean, that sounds... But
no,
the odds are where they are, and obviously, there we go. Well, forget what I'm talking there.
Hey.
Looks like a pint of best bidder.
Vinny, so Vinny and Ted's the dog, is that right?
Yeah.
Or is Vinny the dog?
Well, Matt, who's the major shareholder, I say shareholder, it sounds like he's main stakeholder, his nickname was Vinny. So he's Vinny and his dog's Ted. And me and Mert are a couple of Muppets.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, where do you come into it? Oh, you're the Angus and Tim.
We're the at.
How are the crisp sales going today?
Been rocketing along. How do you hear about that?
Have you managed to pull one over the Yorkies' eyes as you tried to pull one over the Notts fans? Tim Merter's been filling me in on the 50p a packet, 2 for £1.
Well, I had a bit of a shocker, so I've got a Costco card. So I went there and bought some crisps, thinking, well, actually, good idea to get some crisps for sale there, and bought them, and they were all like kids' packed lunch size packets. So mini cheddars, a sort of Munster Munch, what's its sort of cheese and onion salted. They're all like for children's packed lunches. So I just thought I would sell them for £1 each type of thing, and I can't sell that for £1 because they're not worth it. So they're 50p. Stay in your crease, nothing stupid, Joe.
Did you keep the advertising up though from the Notts game? 50p a packet,
Yeah.
two for £1.
Yeah, I'm generous.
I'd love to hear the Yorkshire responses going in there.
I'm generous. You know me.
That's what happens when you leave Tim Mercer on the mic. So it's hard by Cracknell. Sweeper there, so it's just a single. Yeah, you were busy on Sunday with the committee, weren't you? So Mercer was up doing the commentary, telling stories, telling tales.
Was he on good form?
I was going to say one day we'll all start telling tales about him. 41 for 1. The Mercer Diaries. For 1 for 1 into the 16th. Quite hard. It wouldn't quite be the Simon Hughes book, I guess, but Tim Mercer writing a book. Quite be Yoz's County Tales.
There's lots of pictures in it. Just looking at the packed terrace in here at Radlett behind Sam there as he gets there.
They brought the Western Terrace with them.
Yeah, just behind. That'd be the Eastern Terrace, wouldn't it?
I did have a look earlier and thought there was probably more Yorkshire tops in there than there was Middlesex.
But it would be an attractive fixture for, let's say, those Yorkshire fans, Yorkshire supporters living in London. Come out to Radlett, have a day.
Even those to the south of Yorkshire. Basically where the M1 meets the M25. As long as the M1's kind. A couple of hours to Sheffield. Hour and a half to Sheffield from here.
Oh, no.
2?
Well, it wouldn't be not for me with 9 points on my licence. Sheffield's got to be 2.
Yorkshire's
What are you talking about? From the M25 meets...
It's just from M1 here, yeah.
I live in Pinner, so about 20 minutes, quarter of an hour from the M1 on a good day. Yeah, Sheffield will be 2.5 hours. Leeds, about another 40 minutes. Get to Leeds in 3 hours on a good run, without obviously breaking any speed limits.
Cracknell's highest list day score he's matched at 71.
You've been waiting to get that out for about 5 minutes, haven't you?
I was trying not to say it until he got there. How do you not jinx him when he's obviously clearly hoping for a few more? Goodness me, we're miles out on the... there must be a problem on the M1, surely. 3 hours and 20 minutes to Sheffield from here. Oh, inside edge from Robson. Could have taken out off, but 4 runs it is. Runs 45. Oh, not so upset any Yorkshire fans going home. The M1's shut. That's why it's 3.5 hours.
Really?
Road closure on M1.
Stay down here, have an extra pint at Vinny and Ted's.
Go down to Barnet and pick up the A1. $160 miles the long way around.
Yeah, they shut the M1 every now and then. It's an absolute... I remember one of the worst... Always seems to get you at the wrong time as well. Remember when Middlesex, everybody's having a impromptu drink here? I don't know whether... We saw the ball wasn't rolling into the hedges there. Do you have to go and find another ball?
16.4 overs. We've had enough.
But...
Score in the 100 this year.
Quarter-finals of the T20 when Middlesex went up to Notts and lost by... Did we lose by 10 wickets? So lost by 10 wickets, got absolutely hammered by them. And then the M1 was shut on the way back and there was hours. It had to go queued on the M1, then taken off down some A road. Shocking journey.
Yeah, the M4 can be a bad one as well from Taunton and Cardiff.
How have they not found that ball?
They've gone for another one.
Let's just watch a replay of that. Inside edge, it goes rolling down there. It's not going particularly quickly. How can you lose that ball? Hey?
It's quite a stump at the bottom of that tree as well. It's not as though the hedge goes all the way down.
What are you saying? It's going to be hard to find?
No, easy, because
right. I thought you were just
the hedge is
justifying-
quite high up. Well, the hedge at the other end's a full row, isn't it? Top to bottom, but there.
Well, there's a
just
fence in front of the edge there. Or well, it was. It's been grown through. That's the problem. Might have to cut that back during the winter. We'll never get a better chance.
End of the 17th, 147 for one. I was just thinking on Cracknell there that he did get the call up to 100 as a wild card in the first year of the competition, and I'm not sure he played a game that first year of it. Really missed a lot of cricket for Middlesex at that point.
When you say didn't play a game, didn't play a 100 game, or
Yeah.
didn't play? No, he did play one or two.
Missed a lot of cricket for Middlesex though, didn't he? In what was basically his second year. I think he made a debut year, didn't he, for Middlesex, and then got a wild card call up. Shot from Cracknell. It's now level. In fact, no, just short. It looks like it's 4. I thought it had gone all the way.
Well, they lost that one as well.
Under the covers, they can't be bothered.
So that's his highest score, is it?
No, if it was 6, that's just short, isn't it? If it was 6, it would have taken him to 77, which would have been level with his highest score. This is his highest list A now. His highest list A previously was 71.
I know you've been trying to say that for the last 10 minutes. And come on, go, go, go.
Cracknell's highest score in professional cricket. Does that include his 100 stats?
Yes. Well, I know I'm always on your case for sort of tempting fate, but he'll not get a better chance to score a 100 than now, today. Middlesex 98 to win. .32 overs to go, 97 to win. Not too dissimilar from Essex.
Eighteen overs done, 157 for one. Yeah, I was thinking the last game of the competition, as it is last game of white ball cricket for the summer for Middlesex. How do Richard Johnson and Alan Coleman reflect on it? Frustration, really. Essex, Hampshire, Surrey washout here, beat Surrey here last year. Did have fancied that game. Could have been a very different start to the first 3 games. After that, it was a bit of a slide. Beckenham.
Yes. Expected and hoped us to done better.
And frustration in that you've got to wait 11 more months before you can think about putting it right again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could be Robson's 50.
That was Cracknell.
Cracknell's on to 82.
He's on to 83.
Is that his high score?
You're watching the screen instead of the action, aren't you? Watch the live action.
Can't
See,
see
what
that.
are you told as a commentator? Do you watch the
Watch
screen?
TV, yeah.
Watch the TV.
Unless it's radio, and then watch the action.
So to talk about something that's not on the screen in front of people wouldn't be really beneficial, would it? What's happening in the other games? You're in a bit of a hole here, so
I know,
stop digging.
Looking towards the scorecards quickly. Notts Lancashire's the one that really everybody's thinking about in this group.
Really?
Oh, that
That's
could be
misfield.
Robson's 50, and it is Robson's 50. He's on to 51 from 40 deliveries, and warmly received by the Radlett crowds. Six fours and a 6 for Robson's 50. $113 runs put on between these two now. That one stopped. Pick up a couple. Scores elsewhere. What was your really for? Notts a third.
Well, no, you were going on about how everybody's interested in Notts Lancashire. And I thought, well, are they? I didn't even know they were playing each other. Because if we can't go through, I'm not really paying much attention to the rest of the group.
They've got Leicestershire top 14 played out. Hampshire on 12 from 7. Lancashire third on 8, good run rate. Kent a fourth on 8 from 7, negative run rate. Notts a fifth, 7 from 7. So they're relying on results elsewhere also, Notts.
Will we roar up the table with if we get these 87 runs?
Middlesex will stay 7th.
7th. Can't even get above Yorkshire.
So Nottinghamshire all out for 185. Lancashire 92 for 1 after 23. Cracknell's on to 87. 171 for 1.
Strong sweeper, isn't he? He's got a strong game, Joe. I mean, good drivers we've seen today, good puller, very strong sweeper, striker to the leg side off the spinners. So he's got, well, we know he's a good player. He's just got to develop and come through and be a leading light, certainly in these white ball forms of the game for Middlesex in years to come. And who knows whether opportunities come elsewhere.
When Chono balls rolled out in September. Middlesex's version of Bazball. Oh, onto the pads, but gone. Plays all around it. Just wondered, was it going to save him? It might have drifted down, but hit on the full. Misses a full one. He can't believe it. Gone for 87. Hangs his head backwards. It's as good as there for the taking today for Cracknell, but not to be. 171 for 3.
Yep, he knows he's probably never going to get a better chance to score a white ball 100 than today. The weight goes on. He's missed a full toss there, hasn't he? So he's tried to work it too square rather than just end it back down the ground. So mistake by him and trapped in front. But he's played a wonderful innings there, 87 off 65 balls. Yes, it's been a relatively inexperienced Yorkshire attack that he's been dominating, but he's disappointed there. Acknowledge the crowd, I'm sure. Will he? He will do, but his nose has missed a golden chance there to do what Martin Anderson did the other day, which was to score a maiden 100 for the county.
Yeah.
That's a sloppy, I mean, it's a soft shot, isn't it? Just looking at it there. I thought it might have been a quicker ball, but it wasn't even a quicker ball. He's just tried to work it to leg and he's gone.
Yeah, warm reception from the crowds. to put Middlesex on the way to victory here, and he's done it in an entertaining way for those that have come along.
Just looking at that, it's interesting that there's Wharton, who was just in front of the cameraman at deep extra or deep mid wicket. He was appealing, and there was a bloke at the cover boundary appealing too. So had good views of it there.
Oh, Higgins, reverse sweep first up. Let's mention out of the match, Kent 150 for Bell Drummond opening up. 133 deliveries. Both Denley's played. Joe bowled Holland for 8. His nephew Jaden not out 20. Gets through everything. Last ball of the over. 1-7-2-4-2. So Cracknell the man to go for 87, his highest professional score, not to be his maiden century though, as Gus was saying. But should have sent Middlesex on the way to victory in their final group stage match, keeping their fine record at Radlett going. So yes, Kent 3-2-5 for 8. And Hampshire in reply. Still no Gubbins for Hampshire, he's picked up an injury. He'll be back for the knockout stages. Middleton 14, Preston 78. Not out 38 from Brown, 11 from Donald. They're 144 for 2 in the 25th. So a bit of work to do. The second half of that innings for Hampshire.
So how do you think Higgins will play?
Hopefully positively. Mind you, it's rush hour now, isn't it? So we're going nowhere in a rush.
Talk about rush hours. One of my, well, I was going to say really nice. It was a funny story. We were playing. I think we were playing Northants, and David Follett, who played for us, was a good fast bowler, slippery, quick, not the brightest, but a good bowler. And he left Middlesex and went to Northants, and there were 9 down. Just before lunch, Northants, so we come for lunch. It manages to survive to lunch. Wasn't the extra half an hour or anything like that. So, batted for 10 minutes before lunch, 40 minutes for lunch, batting around half an hour. So it's now, I think it might have been even 1:15 to 1:45. So you're now sort of around 2:30. It might have been a Friday, the end of the game. And Northants still need plenty to win. All well fielded. And Jackie Bond, the umpire, and Follett's blocking it. And Jackie Bond, the umpire, he said, Follett, play a few shots or I want to give you out. Your plan is into a traffic jam here. The next over he slogged it straight up in the air. Game over. Thanks for coming. Yeah, Follett is called Trigger out of Fool. He did some amusing things. Put his name in the back of a one-day shirt with his name on the collar. Name was on the shoulders, but he put his name in the collar of his shirts. he had some trousers, white trousers that were too short. Got a bat sponsor and they provided him with some trousers. They were too long. And we just watched him in the middle of the room at Lord's, sort of thinking about what he was doing. What do I do with a pair of scissors? And he got his old trousers, cut them to the same length of his old ones, put them on, and then looked and wondered why they were too short again. It was a beauty. But he could bowl. I think he got 9 for him one game for Middlesex. Shall I have a look?
Does he ever buy himself a new broom? Did he have the same one for 20 years?
Well, no, but I remember once when he left Middlesex, because he moved, and he said he wanted to be closer to his girlfriend who lived in Brighton, and he went to play for Northants.
Well, use of the feet from Higgins. And gone at deep mid-wicket, gone for 4. Shut with a second wicket. 177 for 3 Middlesex in the 22nd.
Well, he's only going to play one way, isn't he, Higgins? And he's consistent with the way that he plays. So it's, whilst you think, well, is that really required when we're at where we're at? But it seems a soft dismissal with 77 runs required. And is it the modern way?
Lancastrian walking out against the Yorkshireman.
Simo could do with getting a few runs. Be nice for him to get a little 30-odd nod out here. As someone said, don't mention Chelmsford.
Robbie White was on Sunday during the Lancashire match and said to him, it must be pretty frustrating for himself and Joe Cracknell, Jack Davies. That's how good a batter Simpson's been over the years for Middlesex. Impeccable glovesman, but also great longevity and injury-free for the most part as well.
Just looking at Follett's career. So he played for Middlesex and Northants, as I said, from Staffordshire. 44 wickets, 34. Best, he wasn't 9 for, he got 8 for 22 against Durham. Remember that at Lord's. Well, quick.
Bit of width. Let's get Simpson off the mark. 78 for 3. Width again, and punished. Boundary for Simpson. Wasn't that much width. Simpson got it away fine. Another single. Middlesex just have to steadily move things along for a moment, make sure nothing silly happens. As mentioning all eyes on the Notts Lancashire game. The other group's actually wrapped up. Warwickshire set to finish top. 12 points from 7. Worcestershire 12 points from 8 in second. Gloucestershire 10 points from 7 in third, but with a far superior run rate to inferior run rate to Warwickshire. And then Glamorgan a distant fourth with 7 points, as do Durham. So really only whether Gloucestershire push above Worcestershire. Good stop.
Look lively in the field, haven't they, Yorkshire? I mean, very enthusiastic, as it should be a young side, but some maybe a couple of little mistakes, but also some lovely stops.
Something Pete Hanscom, when he was the Middlesex captain, really wanted to increase the tempo in the field for Middlesex, including the run rate. Slammed by Robson, but the fielder's back. Just a single. Backed up, so no extra runs. Barry Morgan, when he was back for a stint with Middlesex in the Championship, he was given the job of trying to speed up the run rate, wasn't he? That was over rate.
I suppose you look at the Ashes and the over rates there were unbelievably slow at times. But you do, when sides are on top of their game, the over rate seems to be pretty good.
Oh, edged away.
Edge probably going to be for 4 runs. So it's down to third man boundary, or third boundary. So slightly fortuitous boundary there for John Simpson. Oh, just a little bit of turn, wasn't it? Well bowled. Get a slip in. But yeah, we sort of watch so many discussions at times, don't you, between people, and first slip coming up and having a word with the bowler. Stand there for 30 seconds, what about this, what about that, and don't make a change and go back. And Surrey's over 8 against us. They bowled seamer after seamer after seamer at Lords, and their over 8 was plus. They know what they're doing. Get in position, get on with it. Sometimes, yeah, things need to be discussed, but decisions can be made before the bowler's at the end of his run-up, can't it? And you don't have to be changing the field every ball. And slow over 8s often sort of, I suppose, are a bit of an indication of a indecision, isn't there? We're not 100% sure what we're doing here.
It's also an extra hour in the dirt each day, isn't it? Keep your feet up for that hour.
True. Oh, hello.
Director of Cricket's brought you
That's not, that's his.
vodka and lemonade.
That's his water. Well, he's got some injuries, Alan.
Is that a painkiller?
No, I don't know. I know it's painkiller, but he's got some sort of nasty injuries.
Big blister on his hand.
Yeah, he's done hard day of work. He did some work for once. I'll let him describe it. Shot Simpson. Through extra cover, that'll be 4. So it beats the fielder's hitter. Got very little chance of catching it up. It's nice to see John hit one of those on the ground. He's chipped him straight to extra cover twice. I've been watching recently. I can be horrible, can't I?
Not saying a word.
So the cynical phrase will slide off and leave you with a more optimistic voice to guide Middlesex through the remainder of this innings.
Is that blister on his hand because he's going to tell us he's been carrying the county? Or?
Hard yakker. He worked well, actually, I must say. Full credit to him.
Thanks, Gus. See you at Lords, I'd imagine, in a few weeks. Championship game there against Warwickshire. 25 done here, 201 for 3. Welcome Alan Coleman with the vodka and lemonade. Celebratory.
Something about counting chickens in there, probably.
Radlett flag up above the Middlesex flag. What did you do to your hand then? Are you going to tell us?
So Angus and I spent the day up at our indoor cricket centre at Finchley, trying to. The Sunrisers now, women's team use it a lot, as long as the boys' pathway and the Middlesex women's team, and we were redecorating. So Gus and I took on the project of redecorating. It shows that I've not done a very many hard sort of days working in my life. I've got a massive blister on the palm of my hand from the paintbrush.
That's from a paintbrush?
Yeah.
For once, I don't think I can pass on that comment from the Director of Communication, but... So Finchley Indoor School used to be the base of Middlesex. Merchant Taylor's on the horizon for Middlesex, the indoor school being built there. Lords, when available. at Radlett, and Merchant Taylor's available for outdoor practice as well. Sunrisers will be kicking back into life soon, into their season. Oh, trouble's back.
I just found the Wasp man. It's the Yorkshire analyst. It's an algorithm on there, and he's the one that puts it up.
So what Yorkshire are giving it 99%?
But when it's 100%, it disappears. So if you haven't seen it for a while, it's because 100%. Because you kept saying, "Can it go to 100%? Can it go?" Sorry, I've interrupted you. Back to you, Alan.
Oh, gone at mid wicket. Robson gone for 62 from 61 to 01 for 4. Drinks break brings a wicket.
Yeah, as we so often see, quite a long, slow drinks break that was, and just a break of momentum. Sam Robson just using his feet there and clipping the ball into mid-wicket. Nicely picked up there by Luxton. Shut with a wicket. He's offered a little bit of spin. He's beaten the inside edge a couple of times, hasn't he? Robson sort of nicked a couple down through fine leg, so deserved wicket. Jack Davies, the new man for Middlesex, in at number 6. Young batter wicket-keeper. Not scored the runs that he would have hoped so far in this competition, so hoping for a strong finish here, knock off this final 52 runs remaining.
Which one of the glovesmen runs the other one out? Robbie White was on the mic, was just saying to Gus on Sunday, and obviously White has been the longest in line behind Simpson. Davies and Cratnell coming along thereafter. It's solid batter, impeccable glovesman, but great longevity in his career, and very few injuries as well, John Simpson. So it's pretty tough for anybody else as a glovesman on the books at Middlesex.
Was very good again, up to the stumps today, wasn't he? A couple of catches standing up again to the seamers, not easy, especially the one right at the end off Higgins. Flaying bat in front of his face. Outstanding wicket-keeper for Middlesex over a number of years.
On a hat-trick, Davis goes in the covers, 201 for 5. Schutt has 3 for 27, and a hat-trick ball coming up.
Yeah, 2 in 2 for Schutt. Gave that one some air, just throw it up there outside off stump. Davies just steered it into the hand again of Luxton. Bit of deja vu, really. Same bowler, same fielder, and same pretty average shot from the Middlesex batters.
Martin Anderson will be out to face a hat-trick ball. Hit a century here against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex just needs to settle down for a couple of overs.
I think that's been before the hat-trick ball, it's been a bit of a pattern of this competition, isn't it, for Middlesex? Things looking comfortable, moments where they're on top in the game. In the 50-over format, and have just let the opposition back in with a silly error, either with bat or with ball or in the field. So just hoping for a bit of calmness from Martin Anderson and the experienced John Simpson.
How do Yorkshire go about the field for the hat-trick ball? Well, there's Bean, silly mid-on. Anybody else? I think Bean's asking, should I be here? Anybody else coming in? Nice slip, leg slip. Hat-trick ball. Cut away for 4. 205 for 5, Middlesex.
Not the delivery that Schutt would have wanted to bowl on the hat-trick. Just short and wide there to Anderson, who's been in good form. Got some runs on Sunday in the unsuccessful run chase at Lords. Got 100 here last week, as Kev just mentioned, and a very nice control cut shot.
I was saying to Gus that there must be mixed feelings as the white ball season comes to an end. Not the number of victories that Middlesex would have liked, but equally a bit of frustration because it's a long way to put it right again.
Yes, it has been the white ball season has been an interesting one, definitely for Middlesex. I would say that T20, 3 wins, 3 last ball losses, and some green shoots of encouragement for the future. 50 overs just been, I think the inconsistency of the team has been the most disappointing part, really. Some very good moments, and obviously 2 rain affected losses in Duckworth Lewis run chases, sorry, not run chases, but Duckworth Lewis effective games, and a rain out game here in the first one against Surrey. It just meant it was a tricky competition to get started in, but yeah, largely disappointing in the 50 over.
So part of the frustrating elements of it is that there have been years in T20 in particular, but this day as well, where you get to the end of the white ball season, it's like, thank goodness that's over, back to the drawing board. Whereas the frustration, particularly in this competition this year, is should have done better. The frustration in the T20 actually was could have done better, obviously lacking the overseas.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate representation of the white ball cricket that Middlesex have played this year. As I said, low expectations. So at the moment in the T20, no specialist overseas brought in.
Oh, missed stumping. Well, had that have been taken, that wasp might have changed down at the bottom.
I'm just wondering if that was given as runs there. I haven't seen Neil Bainton make a signal. So it's 1 run, so it's a missed catch and a missed stumping.
Wow.
Yeah, previous ball, Anderson just using his feet. Simpson knocks that one out to the offside for 1. Anderson using his feet. Besser's beaten the outside edge, we thought, from our view, but Anderson's obviously got a nicked on it because it's 1 to the batter.
.208 for 5. Smile on the face from Anderson. Missed catch and a missed stumping. Missed last chance perhaps for Yorkshire. Middlesex set 254 to win. 208 for 5.
I think Yorkshire would have definitely seen that opportunity as a chance to really get a foot back in the game there at 6 down there with De Caires and Holman to come for Middlesex as the 2 more recognised batters. They'd have definitely felt that they would have had a chance, Yorkshire.
Well, throughout the start of this innings, we've obviously said hindsight wonderful for Yorkshire. If they could go back, they'd have inserted Middlesex. It was seeming a bit more for the Middlesex bowlers this morning. A couple there. In fact, they settle on 1. But equally, this evening, spinners just coming into the play a little bit.
All of the data, as I've said before on commentary, leans to batting first at Radlett in white ball cricket. Heavy win percentage batting first. It is normally tricky to start with because the wicket has a green tinge, and Bamber especially and Cullen this morning used that to Middlesex's advantage. But Yorkshire definitely 30-40 more runs would very much feel in the game here. And they're still not, Yorkshire's still not out of it. As we've seen, what what the spin can do. It is spinning. Schutt's bowled it at quite a slow pace here, so he has given it a chance to spin.
Great work, Hilly. Great work, George Hill. Lads, one more. Come on. 6 down. 6 and bowlers, boys, eh? Come on. Keep believing, lads. Come on. Let's run, Dad. How many left?
Single turn the over for Simpson. He's on to 20. 211 for 5.
I mean, I'm sure before I came on commentary you've spoken about it, but that blistering start from Cracknell and Stoneman there, but especially Cracknell, really broke the back of this run chase, didn't it? Would have been not so long ago that a team chasing 250 would have been a lot more circumspect at the start of an innings, but Middlesex really went on the front foot, very aggressive from the top 3. Leaving that run rate required. It's not very often you see that. 1.95 needed with 22 overs left.
Stoneman and Skipper always appears to have gone out to be positive throughout the competition, as Cracknell has as well, but indeed it has usually been Stoneman that's been the one who's had the better strike rate through the partnerships.
Single from Anderson, 4 off the over from Bess. Middlesex 215 for 5. 21 overs left in the innings.
Great stuff, you two. Stuff, boys. Great work, Bing. Yes, Shutty, lad. Hilly. Next time, get Kippy. Bit squarer, a bit tighter. Good there, mate. On it, lads!
Just feels here that Yorkshire are waiting for a batter error a little bit. Middlesex seem to have been able to rotate the strike a little bit more here in this last 3 overs. Yorkshire spinners just hoping for that little chip up. You see Bean just in that sort of very straight, short mid-on position. Mid-wicket in place, extra cover. Sort of key fielders on these turning pitches that are a bit slower.
It's well bowled.
Bit of a quicker one there. Bowled a quicker ball earlier on in the over as well, so has been on the slower side through the air, giving it a chance to spin, but mixing up his pace well.
Anderson on the drive into double figures, end of the 30th. Middlesex 2-2-1 for 5.
You can see what the bowler's trying to do here, just toss the ball up, try and draw Anderson into the drive and maybe beat him through the gate, but lovely controlled shot from Middlesex's Swedish cricketer.
Sweden called him up, yeah.
I think he did. He got a call. John T. Rhodes took over as Sweden head coach a few years ago, and Martin did get a call actually. But yeah, never took up the offer. Not sure how warm a Swedish summer is, to be honest.
Nicely flighted by Bess again.
Bess has had an interesting summer, actually, hasn't he? He's played 3 counties. Has he played for this year?
I was going to say, he was the next big thing at one point for Somerset, wasn't he? A bit short, cut away.
Obviously a bit more competition joining the Yorkshire ranks from the spinners' perspective, with Dan Moriarty been making the move up there for next summer from just across the river.
Game's afoot now for the spinners.
Nice punch up the field there from Martin Anderson, just away from us up to long on. 2 off that Don Bess over. 2-2-3 for 5 now. 1.63 and over required for Middlesex. Anderson up to 14, Simpson on 24.
Remember we had Moriarty to Gubbins and Higgins a few years ago. Certainly felt as though it could have been something out of an Arthur Conan Doyle script. Oh dear. That'll annoy. Well, you heard the groans from what Yorkshire fans are in for this one. The double blow that the M1's shut. Let's have a look and see if it still is.
Go mid off now, go deep.
The Yorkshire boys will have to have another night in Watford.
Go say with Finney. Couple here. Simpson on to 26. Wasn't he Headingley based, Stephen Finn? At some point, oh no, it was Simpson. Or was he Manchester, Stephen Finn?
Stephen Finn was Manchester Originals in the competition that we're not allowed to name, and
It's 100.
And John Simpson was, Northern Superchargers.
M1 still shut just past Nottingham. A1 home.
How did you discover the M1 was shut? Are you a regular checker of
Gus was digging me out about
maps?
It's much more than 2 hours to Sheffield. So it's going to be much more than 2 hours. So we looked it up and it was 3.5 hours, but that's because the M1 shut.
I've been to both Sheffield grounds to watch football, actually, and yeah, it's under 3 hours, but it's definitely more than 2.
From here?
Yeah. I'd say so.
Just trying to work out how many Yorkshire fans would have thought that's not too bad an away day in South Yorkshire. Cut away by Anderson, 4 more. Oh no, good stop. Did not think the fielder was going to get to that. 2-2-9 for 5, end of the 32nd.
Just talking off mic there. Alex Hartley, former Middlesex left arm spinner and England left arm spinner, retiring, just announced their retirement.
Anderson into the 20s, lovely shot. Bringing out the drives now. 21 from 23.
Yeah. Bit of a shuffle down the wicket here from Anderson, met this one on the full toss from Bess and just guided it through extra cover for 4. Yeah, Alex Hartley, left arm spinner, played for Middlesex from 2013 to 2016. Had a wonderful career. 52 wickets. Just pulled that out the memory banks there. 52 minutes, or Ollie Thorpe told me. Had a wonderful career. Just and a World Cup winner as well. So congratulations to Alex on a fine career from everyone at Middlesex.
Put away again. 238 for 5. Middlesex on their way now.
Second full toss in the over here from Don Bess. Martin Anderson hit this a touch squarer. Hit the previous one to the right hand of extra cover. This one to the extra cover's left hand and 4 runs.
Steps over that one. We'll pick up a couple. 240 for 5. So on to Chelmsford for Middlesex. Bit of turn there, but Anderson will get away for a single to end the over. 241 for 5. Looking forward to the return of the championship.
Yeah, I think in for a great end to the season in Division 1. Really exciting cricket, some really exciting cricket at both ends of the table to be played. Obviously Essex at Chelmsford, a very strong opposition for Middlesex to face. A lot of quality players there. Darren Lawrence into his last sort of run of home games at Chelmsford before he's moved to the Oval. So be a tricky proposition for the Middlesex side, but it is the game in hand, ahead of Kent now in terms of points in the table, so almost a bit of a free hit to try and build that points total. So that'll be the hopes of the dressing room. Oh, quick single taken there to backward point. Simpson called Anderson through there, and it looked like shy at the bowler's end stump. Looked like he would have been short there. There was a very good direct hit, obviously, earlier on we saw in the game, for those who were at the ground, from Luke Holman.
Nice he bowls. He's enjoyed his day, hasn't he, with the ball?
Yes. 3 balls left for a fifer. Not a bad return at all.
Higgins on a hat-trick for the start of next season in the list day, by the way.
Would that be the longest wait for a hat-trick if Higgins gets one? Start of next 50 over.
Is it a white ball hat-trick if he gets a wicket first ball of the T20? Does that count? Can't go across formats.
I'm not sure you can go across seasons either, but we'll go with it. Well fielded there by Reeves at mid-off. 1 run for Anderson.
Wow, what a way to finish. So close to a fifer. Pete Simpson all ends up there. Simpson 29 from 33, looking good otherwise. 4 for 49 to finish his day. 244 for 5.
Good spell that from Shut. 26-year-old off spinner, born in Barnsley, gone through the Yorkshire system. Couple of big wickets in there as well. Got the ball to spin. I thought he had what I saw, had a very nice control of his pace, mixed it up well, but he was on the slower side, which gave the ball an opportunity to drift and spin. Don't see that very often in white ball cricket these days. Spinners fire it in. As Cliff comes into the attack.
Oh, Anderson straight away on the attack. 248 for 5. Middlesex nearly there. Back of his century here against Nottinghamshire. Anderson looking to go out with a flourish.
Yeah, Cliff, no time to settle, as is the modern way in white ball cricket. First ball, Anderson's down the wicket and just picks the ball up over mid-wicket there for a very controlled 4 runs.
Oh, scampering through. Oh, it'd be no ball. And a free hit for Anderson to try and win it. Who's been the pick of the list, for you for Middlesex in this tournament?
I think Anderson with the bat. You know, that 100 we saw here, got 30 odd last on Sunday at Lords in the run chase. He's obviously not out here again for another 34, averaging 50, scoring at a runner ball. So he's really come of age in this, I would say.
And gone well with the ball as well, hasn't he, in this competition? I felt like there's been some really good spells from him. Here's Cliff with the free hit to Anderson. Clipped away, and that's going to be the winning runs. Anderson comes back for a second. Middlesex 254, 5-wicket victory. Anderson's 36, Simpson 29. Middlesex with a pretty emphatic victory to end, and perhaps fitting that the best batter for Middlesex in the competition wins it.
Yeah, as I said, Martin Anderson's come of age in the last few weeks here for Middlesex and played very, very well. We saw the best of Joe Cracknell again today. I think Joe will finish as Middlesex's highest run scorer in the competition. So some good performances as we've gone through, with some inconsistencies as we were talking about. I think Middlesex will look back at this campaign as a series of missed opportunities, really, would be my assessment of it. Some really good cricket at times, some games that should have been won that were lost, and some frustration with the weather. But all in all, yeah, as I said, some some good performances from some. I thought Bamber's done a pretty good job with the ball, got 12 wickets across the competition, and Luke Holman's been very economical. So some nice signs from the younger players from Middlesex members' perspective, but all in all, a shame that the team have only recorded a couple of wins across the 7 played games.
So a 5-wicket victory for Yorkshire, for Middlesex over Yorkshire here at Radlett. Middlesex end with the Nottinghamshire victory and the Yorkshire victory now as well to take out of this competition. Again, that frustration the first 3 games. Middlesex been mightily disappointed with for varying reasons. But a victory here, and Stoneman, the skipper, who is desperate not to let this one dwindle out, this competition, even once the side were eliminated. They tried to go hard at Leicester to give themselves an outside chance of getting through, but not to be. So it's on to Chelmsford for Middlesex as the championship will resume in just over a week's time. And, well, I guess minds switch instantly, Alan Coleman, to that.
They do, yeah. The team will have a couple of days off and then into a big practice week next week with a game as well against South Asian Cricket Academy at the back end of next week as well. But yeah, a huge period of the season coming up for Middlesex, and one in which they'll be hoping to get some decent results in the championship to secure the Division 1 status for next season.
Alan Coleman, Managing Director of Cricket at Middlesex, thanks very much for your time. Thanks for your company, tuned in for this one as well. So yes, on to Chelmsford. The Middlesex stream will be back at Lords when Warwickshire are the visitors to NW8. But the white ball season is done and ends with a victory for Middlesex here at Radlett. Players will go off. Plenty to think about for Alan Coleman, Richard Johnson there in shot as well. All the senior staff and players at the county to put a few things right for the white ball season next year. But it's back to first class cricket from here on in. Good luck to Yorkshire for the remainder of the season in Division 2. We'll be back with that live stream from Middlesex at Lords in a few weeks' time when Warwickshire visit. But next up for Middlesex, Essex at Chelmsford. From us all here at Radlett, myself, Kevin Hand, on the stream. Very good evening to you all. Middlesex wrapping up victory by 5 wickets.